Can you hear me from here or? Yeah, I'll speak loud, and B, I'll be brief as well because I think the experts are around the table. What I do want to say is appreciation to you and also to my colleagues. This is a joint effort in the sense that it has the Qasr Abdul Mulk School of Life Sciences, it has environmental program, and it has CPPG. And I think it brings it all together because it has the technical aspects, the specific area that we're working in, and of course the policy aspects as well. So that's all very important. Other thing I would say was, and I've said this before, but I think it's actually, this was several years ago, but when I retired from the Foreign Service, I taught my classes in international development, international relations. And my first lecture was always to say, there are the two biggest issues of the 21st century. One of them is issues related to water, and one of them is issues related to the movement of people, both internally, domestic migration, and external. And you think about the trajectory for Pakistan, and I think it's true there. I think it's true in other countries as well. So I think that what we're talking about is certainly very relevant in all kinds of ways. And that's the purpose of a university. That's the purpose of an institution, is to bring serious people together to talk seriously about these kinds of issues. So you all are the experts here, but I just wanted to say, thank you for coming here, and thank you for my colleagues for hosting this. And yes, this is a huge issue, and I hope we can have a constructive dialogue about it. So thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning to all of you. First of all, welcome to Center for Public Policy and Governance at the Common Christian College University. Some are frequent visitors, while I understand we have some new faces, so a special welcome to those who have come for the first time. So a brief note on the CPPG's activities. CPPG has three functions. First, it acts as a think tank, and as a think tank, we provide policy platforms like this one, collaborate with a lot of like-minded think tanks, the Civil Services Academy, the National School of Public Policy, as well as SCAM and other think tanks to undertake discussion on policies which affect people, and then later on we publish on the work that has been done in the platforms, different platforms. We also do research and publish on our own as well. As an academic department, we undertake and offer graduate level programs, and from this fall, we'll include also undergraduate program. That is BS in Public Policy and Administration. But we have PhD program, we have a MPhil program, and we have a Executive Master's program in all three in public policy. And we also undertake research projects. In the research projects, we bid for grants and we work with different institutions to do work on the policy related issues. So this is an effort in collaboration with the Camp School and Environmental Sciences. And of course, whatever discussions and deliberations take place here, we will build on your expertise and then bring together all the information and put out a policy paper later on. So welcome to CPPG. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning and assalamu alaikum to everybody. I would like to welcome all of you to this very interesting topic, which Dr. Safiullah and all others have been talking about, thinking about it. I have personally kind of a passion, that I have been at every forum, I have been raising this issue that Pakistan, none of the cities of Pakistan has any waste treatment activities. Just imagine all the waste that we produce goes where? It goes into our water bodies or somewhere in the environment, and all the environmental activities, they talk about lots of other things except the core issue, of water waste treatment, and we have been I would like to share with you a very brief history, in, uh, in 2012, there was a public litigation in the Lahore High Court, and the Chief Justice of Lahore High Court at that time formed a commission, and I was appointed the chairman of that commission to look into the strategies of pollution control and of especially of the river Ravi, and to suggest ways and means for cost-effective indigenous technologies to be employed. So we started work, and we had a commission, all the members, all the secretaries of environment, secretaries of WASA, MD, WASA, and WWF was taken as the secretariat of that commission, So, and I'm so happy to see some of the remnants of those. Ali Habib Saab is here, and I'm expecting Ahmad Rafe, who was the lawyer who had presented the case in the Lahore High Court, and he was the secretary of the commission. He will be joining us, and so is Sohail Naqvi, Sohail Ali Naqvi, who was hired by the commission to work for these objectives. We had meetings after meetings after meetings with all the concerned bodies, all the secretaries of environment, the P&D, and we had decided that there is a technology called constructed wetlands, and this was the most effective and most environment friendly and most easily manageable. Wasa Lahore, Punjab had huge land at Babu Sabu, and we were said that you can have your experimental constructed wetlands over there. We did the topography of that area and decided on some piece of land, and we were given P&D also approved a small project for that. But somehow the bureaucracy and the people who were at that time at the helm of affairs were not very well interested in all this. But they used to tell us that we will have JICA is coming, the French credit is going to be available, the Asian Development Bank, the World Bank, on all these donor agencies will be coming, and we will have a decent waste treatment plant. Even at that time, I said that no one will come, no one will do the cleaning of your muck, so you have to do it yourself. So anyway, that did not. We also lost interest, and we thought that we have done everything, but nothing. Then in the meantime, there was another activity, and that related to the floating wetlands, and there we are greatly appreciative of IFG and of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission for always taking up all new technologies and supporting them, And for your information, biotechnology has also been one of them. It was Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission that piloted it, that supported it, that did all the lobbying and everything through which we got our institution, IFG as well. So that's a separate history I would like to share sometime. But so now, this was the time I thought that we should revive the activity in a coordinated manner. I have been, in knowledge of so many other technologies, which can be adopted on in situ, the mediation of our waste waters. I mean, Hudiara is only an example, only a symbol, you see, but we have other. Lahore has 12 such waste drains, you see, which are full of heavy metals and full of all the toxic elements, you see. In all this, the most important thing is the heavy metals which are there. Two important things: heavy metals and infectious pathogens. So these are the ones which have to be taken care of. And if we keep waiting for building a waste treatment plant, and that is going to cost 100 billion rupees, and we should have. I mean, I'm not against that. We should have, but till that time, we have to do something. So I think I personally want to have a coordinated activity on identifying the technologies which are available for in situ the mediation of our wastewater. And floating wetlands is one of them. I insist that it is one of them. There are so many other things which can be joined with them, with these technologies. I mean, adsorption technologies. We have been conducting for the last 4 or 5 years the metagenomic analysis of the wastewater drain, Hudiara drain, especially. We had gone to all the sampling and everything, and there are about more than 600 industries all around Hudiara. So you can imagine the kind of things that we have. Hello. Oh yes. This is one of the. I had taken very few, and you see all the drains coming into this. And you can have. I mean, there are. We had listed everything. You see, it is all published. And all, and so the idea is that we should have a coordinated activity. I mean, if something can be done as a result of this meeting, we should develop a coordinated group or a group of people who can work jointly and to devise different technologies. You should also know that I think Ahmed Rafe, who is the advocate, and he will be coming. He had a court hearing in the morning, so he said that he will be coming by about 11. So he can explain. There is an act now, the Punjab Water Act, of 2019, which allows you to do all these things. So anyway, thank you so much, everybody, for taking time and participating in this activity, and I hope that we can come to some decision on formulating a team of scientists who can jointly work on it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We will begin our first session now with speakers and presenters who have joined us from different institutes and organizations. I would kindly request all speakers that will have 15 minutes and kindly keep the presentation within these 15 minutes so we are on schedule. So to begin with, I would like to invite Dr. Safila Chaudhary, Associate Professor in Labs, who's going to give a presentation on characteristics and impact of pollution of Hudiara and its adjoining areas.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Dr. Adelton, Dr. Malik, Dr. Kokal, good friends and colleagues, thank you very much for having me. I have a slight bad throat today, so maybe you might have a slight problem in listening to my voice. So My Hudiara, it started in 2013 when in one of the meetings with the founder of our university, Sayyid Babar Ali, and he mentioned that right at the entrance gate of our university, we have a wastewater drain that gushes throughout the year. And it has an unabated amount of smell. Yeah, the contaminants from residential areas, from industries, and all other sources that could be imagined from a civil population in the city of Lahore, northern Lahore. So he pleaded with 70 plus faculty members who are residing at the school of Sayyid Babar Ali School of Science and Engineering to do something about it. Wastewater treatment is not my field. It was the first time after coming back to Pakistan that I actually uh, saw the scale of it. So what we did in our lab was we took a few vehicles and we straddled around Lahore to actually see for ourselves, to make eye contact with the wastewater channels and drains that are just spread all over the city. Though I have spent several years in Lahore, but to me, looking at that scale of contamination, the black water channels as we call them now, was just overwhelming. So we thought to design a small project in the face of limited funding to do something about it. We thought to start with the wastewater channel that passes from right in front of slums, but after a bit of literature review, we realized that there's a much bigger wastewater channel in Lahore that needs to be studied, and that was Hudiara. Thank you, Dr. Malik, for having me here talk about it today. So that was the background. So today I'm going to talk about how did we ended up fingerprinting the heavy metal contamination along with microbial contamination, the two topics that Dr. Kausar has just mentioned in his comments. So we started in 2016 after a couple of years of surveying and looking at the feasibility of whether this could be done or not. And then we sampled for several years. The study that I'm going to present today is just 1 year's worth of sampling from 2019 till 2020, pre-COVID, right? So there's a lot of preliminary data that I'm not going to present here that actually helped us to decide on the factors and parameters that I'm going to present today. Okay, so can you please remove that Zoom bar from the top? Okay. Thank you. So to start with, Pakistan is already a water-stressed country. As if that was not enough, whatever resources we have for clean and drinking water, we are contaminating that at a rapid pace. So by 2040, what's going to happen is we're already going to be in almost top 20 of water scarce countries. And imagine if the little water resources in the rivers, in the underground aquifers, in the glaciers, whatever we are left with, if we start contaminating them. So this is a double whammy. And this was the motivation why we started in this direction. Asian Development Bank made a really nice document on Hudiara and its 12 nullas that are connected and drain into River Ravi. So this image is from their work. So Hudiara specifically is one of the largest drains in South Asia. The British designed it as a wastewater channel, but later, due to mismanagement and lack of further development, this rainwater channel, stormwater channel, ended up being the largest industrial and domestic wastewater channel. It receives effluents from India, brings them to Pakistan, starting at Batala, that's right next to the border in the east, and then it drains into River Ravi at Mohanwal village. So this is about 15 kilometers from where we are situated, right here. This is just the geography. add the 141 tons of waste that were being added to River Ravi 5 years ago. So, of course, today's data is going to be um, at least a bit more than that. So that's already huge. The contribution, it doesn't just come from the drains in the domestic colonies and societies. It comes from industrial uh, estates that are established all along Hudiara, unregulated. EPA just doesn't know much what is being secreted from them. And finally, and definitely not the least, is the agricultural contribution. So pesticides and mass are being washed into Hudiara, and there is almost no study about it. So just let's take a look at how it shapes up. This part here is India, and this is Hudiara Channel. The green circles, I'm not sure if you can see the color, but these are agricultural establishments. This red line is the Satu Katla drain. Why is this sub drain important? Because it kind of drains the whole city along with several other smaller contributories. And alongside, we have very big industrial estates that are established, like Qaidazam Industrial Estate, Kot Lakhpat Industrial Estate, and so on. And then there are small industries all along this channel. So if you really see the development of population around this Hudiara channel, it's mostly colonies that have been formed from workers, industry that have populated them, and then of course have used the drain as a giveaway of the effluents that are produced. So what we decided to do was to somehow look at the contribution of Lahore as well as the contribution that was coming in before Lahore drains into Hudiara. I'm going to talk about the sampling sites in a minute. Okay. So what is really happening from the contaminants from Hudiara? So 40% of all diseases in Pakistan are attributed to poor drinking water quality. What has drinking water got to do with wastewater? So just imagine that wastewater percolates, it seeps into the ground, reaches the aquetards and aquifers, and then contaminates it with all the heavy metals that are poured into the wastewater channel by the industry, the domestic, as well as the agricultural outputs. More so, the areas around these channels are heavily populated. Rich or poor, you can't get away from these wastewater channels, starting from defense all the way to the Kachi Abadis and the townships and into the River Ravi. In 2017, when we had already started on a pilot project, we got this very nice report in Science Advances. This has now become very famous. So if this is Pakistan, then this red portion is underground water that has been contaminated with arsenic. And if you really think a little bit more about it, you realize that these are the most densely populated areas of Pakistan. So essentially, all the high density populated areas are actually situated right on top of the arsenic contaminated waterbed. And what comes out of it for us as Pakistanis, our health is compromised, lots of bone deformities, dermatitis, hepatic disorders, neurological misdevelopment in newborns, GIs, and the list goes on. If you look at food, the food produced from the vicinity of Hudiara has 4 times the content of lead. You don't know what kind of spinach you're buying from your sabziwala, but rest assured, if it's populated and produced from the vicinity of Hudiara, it's definitely going to have a trace or more of these heavy metals. Brinjals, ghiatori, green chilies. And this number is from a study that was done about 15 years ago. Of course, there have been immediate reactions from the government, but we need more studies, as Dr. Malik was pointing to, and a much more coordinated action to see a real-time mapping between the contamination in food elements and the wastewater effects on water. As if that was the last leg, the groundwater itself is so heavily contaminated that I'm also going to talk about, it carries 5 to 6 times of arsenic and much more of cadmium and mercury than that is even close to being healthy for human consumption. So the study objectives in our study were to sample wastewater and drinking water to look at certain parameters of temperature, pH, just to do a preliminary review, and then apportion the complex interplay of physicochemical parameters and anthropogenic and geogenic sources. We followed it up with the determination of pollution indexes from the wastewater samples towards how they contribute to the heavy metal laden food and water. And then we connected this water consumption to health risk assessment surveys and looked at the disease outcomes in communicable and non-communicable sectors. Finally, looked at the microbiota and how different mutations are being reported for antimicrobial resistance, which is yet another huge problem in Pakistan. So methodology, I'm sorry for the small font size, but to keep it brief, we collected the samples, we looked at the heavy metal contents, we calculated the contamination factor normalized over background, we looked at the heavy metal pollution indices normalized over background and then weighted by their effect to the health. So for instance, arsenic is going to be far more derogatory to our health than, for instance, chromium, which of course is still not good. Then we calculated the health risk index in order for us to see how this is related with the safe dosages. And finally, we looked at the CAR database, which was published in Cell, and helped us to kind of look at the 16S ribosomal sequences and look at the mutations in that sequence towards antimicrobial resistance. We did some phylogenetic analysis as well as some basic statistics on it. Now the sampling. As I indicated before, I'm going to talk about how we sample, and this is just the outcome from perhaps 3 to 4 sampling runs over 5 years. And then we converged at this sampling strategy for many reasons. I'm not going to go into full detail about it, but some important points that need to be considered are one, that Hudiara is not a homogeneous lined wastewater channel. The water flows at different rates in different forms along the year, depending on the dry spell or the monsoon. And you have to consider all of that while you're sampling. Otherwise, the sampling output is not going to reflect the load in the drain. So what we did was we looked at 4 points: the right bank of the channel, the center top, the center bottom, and the left bank, A, B, C, and D. And here at this sampling site for wastewater, it does not mean the absolute right or the absolute left of the drain. It means the median of the water flow. So we had to actually measure the water flow in the drain all along the year and use that data for the next year to specify the sampling sites. Finally, from pre-Satu Katla site, the contribution from India, and post-Satu Katla site, the contribution from Lahore. We also sampled drinking water from underground wells directly pulled out and pumped from the people who were residing in different towns around that sampling site. So E is 100 meters away from Hudiara, F is 300 meters away, G is 500 meters away longitudinally from the drain. And we did it for both pre-Satu Katla and post-Satu Katla for us to see and measure how the wastewater percolation travels and contaminates the underground waterbed. So light blue is pre-Satu Katla, that's coming in before Satu Katla meets Hudiara, and dark blue here is what is contributed from Satu Katla plus the baseline Hudiara contribution. So the color of water, as is so obvious, was gray all over the sampling period. The temperature showed significant fluctuations because it's an open drain, seasons change, temperature falls as well as rises. So this is what we measured quite conveniently. And then also noted that both sites had no significant difference in the pH of water. The seasonal fluctuations were obvious. The pH values were above the NEQS, the National Environment Quality Standards. This is a Pakistani bureaucracy to look at the quality parameters of water, of wastewater. And this was about 7.5 that was recommended, and we were slightly higher than that. So deviations therefore suggested contribution from all three parties. We're not really sure how much industry was contributing. We're not too sure how much domestic input was provided. We are not sure how much agricultural sector contributed, but what we could tell was the sum of all of them. And then, of course, seasonal influences, they were normalized. So moving on, we looked at the physicochemical properties of drinking water. So these samples, as I mentioned, were taken 100, 500 meters away from deep wells that people had dug and pumped out directly for their own consumption. And what we looked at was similar variation in temperature and pH. Okay, so not really significant there, right? Next, we move to heavy metal contamination. And what really shocked us was that this red line here is the control value from NEQS for arsenic. And this is what we got from the wastewater from Hudiara. So clearly loaded with arsenic. As if that was not bad enough, if you want to search for the red line in mercury, it's right there close to zero. This is what we found out in the wastewater. Of course, there were other aberrations as well, but these two really caught us. And we had to rerun the samples 6 different times in 2 different labs to make sure if it was an instrument or a human error or what kind of reading was coming out. We went after drinking water as well as to validate what we had found from the wastewater. And here, the red line is close to zero, the control, defined by WHO. And this is what is there in the drinking water from sampling site 2 and sampling site 1. For mercury as well, it was very high. It kept on increasing till April. We're not really sure why that happened. Probably some cable manufacturers and the industrial manufacturing output might be related to this, because agriculture and domestic output does not do that. This is also true for chromium. These are the metals that are really poor for our health, especially expecting mothers, children who are developing and growing up. And imagine that no young, no old, no rich, and no poor is safe from this. You cannot have an ICP-OES in your Koti in DHA or wherever these uptown people live, or a small shantytown hut in the townships and Kachi Abadis. So I'm going to move on to how these heavy metals that we just measured were related to the infectious, that is the communicable, as well as non-communicable diseases. So we looked at arsenic. So if you really look carefully, this is arsenic for you, the heavy metal, mercury, chromium, lead, and others. And you want to see their correlation, if not causality, with bowel disease, dermatitis, gastrointestinal disease, COPD, and hepatic disorders. So you see how arsenic is almost related to everything that you see here. So this SECOS kind of gives you a correlation. And if you're interested, you might want to decode this correlation into Grenger causes and see if this is indeed true. We also looked at the microbiota that is lining Hudiara. We wanted to see that not just for the purpose of antimicrobial resistance, but also for the purpose of remediation. So we found out Bacillus, obviously, Klebsiella, and then very intriguingly, this exigobacterium was also reported. It's in gray. This bacteria is actually present in regions where there is an extremely high concentration of heavy metals and is an extremophile. So imagine this is lining Hudiara, and pakoda walas and samosa walas are selling right next to the Hudiara drain, and sometimes even, taking advantage of, the water supply from bores and wells on the banks of Hudiara. Finally, we looked at how these bacterial strains were defining the antimicrobial potential. And here is your Klebsiella with the bit score close to 1600. So totally resistant, absolutely resistant, unbelievably resistant, of course, along with others. I'm not going to go into further details for the interest of time. Yeah, and we concluded, there were so many conclusions. It was a hard time with the reviewer. And this is something that I would request Dr. Kosar and other esteemed colleagues to share with aspiring, investigators that want to look into Hudiara, the future directions particularly, and recommendations for policymakers, as well as the take-home message, which is briefly to have a structured intervention on not just Hudiara, but also on the other 12 nalas around Lahore. Otherwise, this is not going to leave anybody without dermatitis or COPD or hepatic disorders. So the paper was published a few years ago in ETI, and it's available online for free. You can have a deeper look at data if you're interested. We don't have samples anymore for bacteria due to COVID lockdown. We lost the cultures, but we can always get the cultures again if you're interested for you. So thank you. This is the team that kind of took the study for us, and I'm grateful to every one of them for their contribution.
Thank you, Dr. Superior. That was very enlightening presentation of the thing. So moving on, we have Dr. Mohammed Afzal from National Institute of Biotechnology and Genetic Engineering, Tesla. So he will be giving a presentation on bioremediation by floating wetland and its application on.
Maybe EAP is part of subject of condition. Again, because आपका सालबाजी जहाँ ना पाकिस्तान का अपने कुछ भी होगा रहेगा इस प्रोजेक्ट में जिसमें हम कुछ को करेंगे तो बहुत एक तो कोडिंग लेकर
Thank you so much, Dr. Afzal. That was very enlightening. And on a positive note, that you have mentioned that there's still hope to make clean water in Pakistan, in Lahore as well, for Hudiara train as well. There is still hope. So now we have Mr. Vakar Zakaria, who's present online with us on Zoom. He's the managing director, Hagler Bailey Pakistan Limited, Islamabad, and he will be giving a presentation on proposed projects for revitalization of River Ravi project. So over to you.
Sure. Can you please allow me to share my screen?
Uh, we have allowed you, you can share your screen now. Yes, we can see that.
Right. And you can see the full screen as well, and you can hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Saab, for giving me this opportunity to join. I'd found the previous presentations very informative and very useful. It's such a pleasure to see some excellent analysis and great capacities being developed in the country. What I'd share is an effort that took place between 2018 and 20, supported by Asian Development Bank and in collaboration with the Punjab Planning and Development. And Dr. Kausar Abdullah knows the effort very well. We had Rafi Alam and Fawzia Qureshi in our team as well. I'll just quickly go over. Now, this is going to be looking at the big picture and then focusing on how the Hudiara Nala fits in to a broader plan. We know how dirty it is right now. And the question was, where do we want to go? There are so many dirty nalas, and the Ravi actually becomes a flowing river. You know that in Lahore. So we had a visioning exercise that what do people want in the city? And the picture that you see over here is an artist's rendering of what people wanted compared to what you have now. I remember when I was sampling in Hudiara Nala and going over from all the way to Ravi from Hudiara, there are places one couldn't even stand. It was so smelling so badly. And you in Lahore know better. So this was the vision where people wanted to end up. I had Dr. Rafiq, the fish specialist in my team, who in early 70s had sampled in Ravi and in Hudiara and caught fish in there. So, and we have a dead river right now. So people wanted to see a living river which would be part of their lives. And Ravi is not alone. All the nalas that flow into it, the little streams that start and end up big. We looked at all of them, and also this whole issue of how much water India is releasing in Ravi and what can we do with the water that we have that comes in from the other basins. So it was a phased plan over 3 years. Something that we have done damage in 30 or 40 or ever since partition is not going to get set right overnight. So the phase plans, we go step by step. The investments have to be cautious. You go for lower cost solutions first. That's solve part of the problem and gradually move up to a point. For example, not having a nala that smells or where you could have a picnic on the side is one objective. In the longer run, you would like to be able to boat in it. And in the very long run, one would able to like to swim in these nalas as well. And they've done it in Rhine, they're doing it in Thames. I remember my undergraduate project at BASF, River Rhine was dirty. Now my niece swam across it, and they've done it. So can we. Just the baselines, I wouldn't spend much time on it. We had a basin-wide approach again, and we did water quality mapping, sediments mapping, and what's in the produce, fish, wheat, vegetables. All that data is available, mostly sampled and analyzed outside the country, except for BOD and COD. And a lot of caution in the data that is available. We sent 5 samples of BOD, same samples to different lab. We got 5 different results. However, I think I'm hearing the presentation. Our problem is really not understanding how bad it is. There is a range of BOD and there's a range of COD, and we can, and the contaminants, chromium, arsenic, and we can work in those ranges to move on. So I'd say that we need to move towards solutions that work. So in the first phase of the plan, there are these 8 projects, and you will notice Hudiara Nala at number 6. So the point here was that cleaning one Nala is not really going to help you that much. Cleaning one Nala, because the dirty water, unless you treat and take a basin-wide approach, and also look at the sources on the way and what you can do at the end. So all things have to be done in a phased manner. And if we stop looking at the end or at the source only, we're not going to get the answer. So what I'm going to share with you is based on that approach, basin-wide. Now, I think previous presenters have already shared this. We've got a border, and at that time, 30% of the pollution load approximately was coming from India, and the rest was being produced in Pakistan. This blaming India for everything, actually, there was a basis, but not a very strong one at that. Most of the damage we're doing ourselves. And if you look at the different approaches, we have landscaping and in situ wetland treatments upstream. Then we have, as we get closer to Ravi, we had whole treatment systems, including a large wetland construction, which is based on exactly the technology Dr. Qausar Abdullah had shared. And the concept there was that you'd actually work with the industries, primary treatment, take the metals out. Once the metals go into the system, there's not you can do much. However, on the way, in situ treatment using biological methods. And at the end, we had a combination of energy-based trickling filters, sludge digesters combined with wetlands. So a high energy plus a low energy combination solution, because you get an optimization problem in Lahore is that the land is scarce. So if you want to put all the loads on wetlands, it will be a challenge. So we recommended a combination, and you can always change the combination as we go along. So this was basically a combination of at source treatment in the industries, trickling filters, sludge digesters, and constructed wetlands combined. Now, if you look at the landscape, we'd have a different biological solution at some of the villages that also put in the loads, and ABRs and constructed wetlands. So the villages also get clean streams and recreational areas, and the wetlands serve as not only treatment, but as nice landscape features as well. And then we go into a whole integrated urban water management model as we go down. If you look at the wastewater treatment plants, confluence of Rohi Nala and Satu Katla drain, and at the end. So big loads are being taken up over here, and then at the end we have a large constructed wetland also proposed. This was just a sectional view of what it looks like right now. You have the, say, the orange color is the dirty nala, then we have roads, then we have some grass and green spaces. So this is what is there right now. And then we have housing societies, agricultural fields, and villages all around. At the end, this tract of land is already available. Dr. Saab knows that very well. The question which is raised by previous presenters, how do we wrestle it and get it for constructing wetlands? So this large constructing wetland, if you look at it, it is like 1.5 kilometers by almost 1 kilometer wide, and it is spread around over here. And this was the rendering. So these are the big blocks of wetlands with water meandering, flowing through. And the walkways and the channels that you see in the middle would be actually, this would be double as a recreational park. So people can cycle, walk, and enjoy the vegetation, just as my previous presenter had done this, and the plants can be selected. If you can get the landscape architects and designers in there in combination with engineers to give the city a very nice, beautiful park at the end. The in line, so there's a sort of a module of what each of those modules previously would look like. You have trees on the sides, and then emerging plants and submerged plants. I will not go into this detail. I think our specialists at NIPG know this far better than I do. So this is just, say, one module, and there were about 30 such large modules. And if you look at the dimensions here, you're looking at 1,000 feet by about 300 feet in each one, with a recreational pathway on the side. On the wetland cross section itself, you'd have to have flow and plants on the side, and then you can see a recreational pathway on the side. This kind of approach can exactly be replicated in the Hudiara Nala itself. So we take these dirty things on the side, we can create cycling pathways, the walkways, and keep the traffic a bit further away. Like what they've done is put the traffic right on top of the Nala. So expand, the right of way is available. This technology can very well be applied. So this is a combination of engineering solutions, high energy, combined with biological solutions here. So I just stop over here. The messages are that you must look at a basin, picking one nala at a time. All you will do is create clean water and put it into the dirty water. Also look at the source, look at combination of technologies. Biotechnologies will be low cost, will have more resilience, but they will be very difficult to get all the job done with them. So put in low cost engineering solutions also, which are somewhat energy intensive, but not like typically what the engineers come up with, which are activated sludge. Those are very difficult to maintain and operate. Now, what happened with all this plan? Asian Development Bank was willing to put in $120 million for Lahore to get the phase one started. And we had proposed acquisition of land of about 120,000 acres along Ravi in the floodplains and whole floodplain management regime. When we started, there was a good interest, and in the previous government, the Dubai-style development of Ravi riverfront was dropped. But unfortunately, by the time we ended, it was the end of Imran Khan's government. the real estate mafia came over and the Ravi Urban Development Project was started. RUDA was established overnight, and RUDA saw us as a real, veritable enemy. The developers want, that is where we now, land acquisition for the sake of development has happened along Ravi. Hudiara Nala is the same as before. Fortunately, the right of way is still there. Enforcement is as bad as ever. Institutional governance is nowhere, and initiatives like what have just been presented by NIDGI are still struggling. I had a chat at a very high level in Punjab government just about 2 months back, and I mentioned, and there was a flicker of interest in doing something in Ravi. When I next come to Lahore, I'm going to follow up on that. My leverage in Lahore is very limited, but unless we go political and unless we go at a higher level, I think we'd end up struggling. We have good thinking, we have good data, we have good solutions. People want it, but how to move forward is going to be a collective effort. Thank you very much, Dr. Sam. Thank you for having me over for this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Wakaf. Thank you, Mr. Wakaf, for that presentation. Now I request Dr. Derek Becker, Chairperson, Department of Environmental Sciences, FCCU, to give his presentation on constructed wetlands.
Hello. Thank you. Hello. Okay. I'll be sharing a few thoughts on constructed wetlands. The previous speaker has mentioned a few things that sort of laid the foundation a little bit for what I'll be talking about. But one thing resonated with me when he mentioned the time that he spent at BASF in Germany, I suppose, where he couldn't swim in the Rhine. And when I was young, I grew up in the Netherlands, and the Rhine was a river you had to stay away from because the fish were dead, and there was absolutely zero life in it, and polluted to the max. Now, when I go back there from time to time, people swim in it, people fish in it. So there is a lot of scope for improvement. So, and if you envisage the Ravi or the Hudiara drain to be changed, have a look around in the world, and change can happen. So that is quite feasible. So with that, I'll just share a few thoughts on constructed wetlands. It won't be a terribly sophisticated talk, but just a few thoughts on what is happening in these constructed wetlands. And I was very pleased to see that the concept plan of a constructed wetland is a part of the previous speaker plan. And you would come across this concept where constructed wetland is called a natural kidney. If you look at the function of a kidney, of removing contaminants out of the blood system, and that is exactly what a constructed wetland would be doing. So it is deliberately constructed. And so it is basically an ecosystem or an habitat where different processes, chemical, physical, biochemical, biological processes, actually alter the composition of the wastewater to that extent that you can release it back in the public sphere without creating a public or ecological health hazard. So that's basically what you're trying to do with a constructed wetland. We've seen a few diagrams like this with Dr. Afzal, and basically the same system applies here, where we have a contaminated inflow and then improved outflow. Perhaps not completely clean, but the contamination should have been reduced substantially. So when we look at what is happening here, we see that there are a few different things happening. The filtration is probably the easiest to understand. We are blocking the flow, or we're reducing it, we're slowing it down, we're trapping solids, suspended solids are given time to settle. Rubbish is being trapped by physical barriers. So we're creating physical barriers that will trap the debris. Then during this filtration, where we see that the suspended particles will be trapped too, because we give it time for them to settle down. And with that, with these contaminants, many other contaminants, or with the solids, lots of other contaminants can be taken out of the water. But then one thing we need to be aware of, that it's the last word there in that sentence, that at least temporarily it is removed from the flow, but it's not removed from the system. And whether that is a constructed wetland or a floating wetland, we're shifting the pollution from point A to point B, and point A being the flow or the water, but we move it into either the soil or the vegetation, but it's still there. And unless, like with nitrates, they might end up eventually with nitrogen. And so that is actually removed from the system. But lots of heavy metals or phosphates too, they remain in the system. And what do you do then? So that is something you always need to be fully aware of. Now, a part of the system is the nitrification, where the ammonium is being converted into an oxidized form, and then following the nitrification, where we get to the denitrification, where eventually the nitrates and so on are then being converted into nitrogen gas. So, and that is a very common aspect of any sort of wastewater treatment, with the presence, of course, of bacteria to do this. Well, if we look a little bit further, and we look at aspects of absorption and precipitation, these elements that can be taken out. If we think of heavy metals, that can be taken out through those processes, or in this case, phosphorus can be absorbed. So there are all these processes happening in these constructed wetlands, and that is and that's exactly how it should function. But one aspect there is that it needs. Just trying to. And then I didn't mention this, but so we got the physical processes, and then lastly the plant uptake that is very far-reaching. That would take up an incredible amount of pollutants out of the solution. So, and again, there it would be in a temporary or seasonal storage of nutrients until and they could be released back into the environment, or they physically have to be removed. Then if we look at the Hudiara drain, it is a substantial body of water. And if we think of a constructed wetland with an hydraulic retention time of 3 to 5 days, which is sort of the standard used in the industry, then you would think, okay, we have a flow in the drain, and that needs to be kept for about 3 to 5 days. So if you look at the Hudiara drain of a flow rate of 250 cubic, if you work it out, it's about 600,000 cubic meters per day. If you have a wetland of that would have a depth of 2 meters, you're looking at an area of 30 hectares for 1 day, and then 120 hectares for for 4 days. So the area that was mentioned before by Mrs. Zagaria, he had about 150 hectares allocated for a constructed wetland. So that is certainly up there in the same ballpark. So that is possible, but you need to have these types of areas available, of course. Then if we, but it comes at a cost. It's the introduction of the wetland, but also the maintenance. It's not a put it in and walk away type solution. You have to maintain it. You have to invest money. Like anything deteriorates. So we're looking at vegetation management, weeding, harvesting, sediment and sludge removal, and all that will add up quite substantially at an ongoing cost. But let's be real. If we want to deal with or generate clean water, we have to invest, and that will be an ongoing cost. So and they will be substantial. So the checking of infrastructures, checks and water levels and that type of fairly generic ones, but they are there, and they are an ongoing and a returning cost throughout the year. Then, of course, in closing, we can think of the wastewater treatment plants, as we mentioned, and they do cost a lot of money. And people might question, well, we need the flow in the Hudiara drain might be too much, or for any wastewater treatment. But there are some substantial wastewater treatments around, and they function extremely well, and they cater for much more flow than the Hudiara drain. So, and with that, the last one is the an emphasis on an holistic solution of the concept of sponge cities. It's been around for quite a few years, where people look at including constructed wetlands, but they look at what is happening in the city at large, including constructed wetlands. The green infrastructure is extremely heavily emphasized in a system like this, and particularly in China. Sponge cities are sort of the thing of the day. So and the results are there in heavily polluted areas. The results are there to warrant a bit more of an holistic approach than just treat the Hudiara drain. We could look at it at a citywide approach, and I think there's still scope for that to happen, but it needs to be catered for and planned for. So with that, I'd like to leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Becker. So the last presentation of this session is by Mr. Faiz Raza Hassan, who is the AD of Irrigation Research Institute, Punjab Irrigation Department, and he will be giving a presentation on Hudiara and other drains of Lahore.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Actually, I am presenting on behalf of Dr. Zakir Hassan Sial, which was to be presented, but due to some attending meetings, he is not available. Actually, I belong to IRI Irrigation Research Institute, established in 1924, which is the technical arm of Punjab Irrigation Department, working on irrigation, drainage, groundwater, and flood water management. Our PIDRA was introduced in 23, which is also there is some drainage rules under section control of canal water and prohibitions to discharge materials therein under section 31, minimum standards of irrigation and drainage services under section 32. Actually, these sections are prohibited to discharge influents into the drainage and are in water body and canals. No discharge to be permitted in a drain without permissions. Charges for discharging matter into the drains. Special charges to apply on unauthorized use of water and unauthorized discharge into the drain. Systems, surface drainage studies. We are conducting surface, subsurface drainage investigations, groundwater investigations, water logging assessments, hydraulical modeling of drains, flood routing studies. Actually, drains are established due to the issues of water loggings, which can really dispose the excessive waters of surface water. And also it is used to dispose of the storm water. IRI actually conducting digitization of the drainage network in the Punjab. We want to digitize all the drains in the Punjab. And some studies we are conducting on River Ravi under impact of drainage influence in the River Ravi on groundwater in the Lahore city. And we are selected at 4 drains like Hudiara drain, Degnala, Suknai drains, Buddha drains. Actually, we want to see that which we throw into the drains actually go seep into the groundwater. And we see how groundwater is affected by the drains. This is the that we developed the digitization maps in some zones of the Punjabs. There are more than 1,000 drains in Punjabs. This is the experimental layout along the River Ravi from Ravi Siphon to Monal Wall. There we installed batteries of observation wells along the rivers at 3 sites along the banks and 5,000 feet, 500 feet away from river and 1,500 feet away from, and third site is 1,500 feet. These observation wells are installed at different depths. 50 feet, 100 feet, and 150 feet. Actually, we want to see the impacts of drainage influence at different depths and along the river and perpendicular to the river and with the passage of time. These are the key points that I explained in the earlier. We installed piezometers and we found that the quality of the groundwater is adversely affects that as we along the river, it is deteriorating more. As we move away from the river, it is quite better. These are the main drains which are entering into the river Ravi. Mahmood Booty, Shadbagh hai, Buddha drain, Gulshan Ravi drain, Babu Sabu drain, and main Hudiara drains. And there is a Farkhabad drains from Shadara side. These are some pictures of River Ravi and drains which are entering into the river. You see that there is black water in the river one side and fresh water is coming from upstream of River Ravi, Ravi Siphon, which are mixing with each other. These are the piezometers that we installed along the River Ravi, and we take the sample pre and post monsoon for quality measurements. These are the findings of our studies. We also select the sites near Comset University Hudiara drain, and also installed their number of piezometers observation wells for monitoring of groundwater and see how the drainage influence affects the groundwater. Also, we installed Degnala near Shekhupura Road. There is also the surface shallow water layer is also deteriorating along the drains, and as we move from the drains, it's quite better. And as we go deep, it is also improved. These are our some publications, international journals. These are the some reports that we are published for groundwater and drainage. The ongoing activities we have remaining areas to develop atlas of the draining network, and we have studies on Hudiara, Suknai, Buddha, and Degnala, and also we have impact of pollutions in River Ravi. These are some findings and key potentials for collaborations. We are ready to collaborate with some organizations that are interested. IRI plays a critical role in draining research, improve drainage plan and management, expand monitoring network, upgrade drainage infrastructure, strengthening climate resilient drainage system, bioremediation, technologies for drainage water quality management, use of numerical modeling for estimation of drainage water potential, experimental research on MAR drainage water if it is fit. Thank you.
Yeah. Can we have some questions? Yes. Actually, thank you. I'm Dr. Shakil from Atomic Energy Commission. My question actually, I just cannot comprehend that seeing the situation of this hydra drain, actually, which authority has the main responsibility by who would not let that happen? Actually, you are the people from the R&D, I think so. So who's the main? What is the main source? Because that problem actually is a nuisance for Lahore. It's a big city, and nobody is doing anything. My question, because in Atomic Energy Commission, we cannot comprehend that situation to happen. Actually, what was the main reason? Of course, I will ask some technical questions afterward, but this is the main question. I cannot just.
Actually, there are in some drains in Punjab that has been dealt by the Punjab Irrigation Department.
Okay.
But in urban, there has been some mix by VASA and other authority, environmental. So they are also take part in their drains. We give permission, but we have already our quality standards to put that drainage into the drain.
No, my dear, this is not the situation actually. You see, this is not even a 1% is being done. What is the reason behind that? This actually, in my dictionary, this is a criminal situation.
Yes.
So what did happen? What actually happened to the city? Who was responsible for that, and why didn't they discharge their duties?
Actually, there has been some restrictions for the Punjab irrigation to enforce the implementation.
Okay.
At implementation level, there are not sufficient to take the action.
So I think we will move to another question. Dr. Koster can want. Please.
You see, this is a very pertinent question. You see, that who is responsible? You know, we all stakeholders are here. I think, you know, starting from the government and some NGOs and some other stakeholders are all here. I mean, this is the dilemma, you see, and this is not the dilemma for Lahore. Let's think about Karachi. See, the much bigger city, no waste treatment plant, none whatsoever. All you are dumping into the sea, you see, you know, and similarly here, you see, I mean, the drains, as he said, was officially under the irrigation department. You know, then came the urbanization. Vasa became a custodian also. You know, much earlier, we wanted to do this floating wetlands. You see, you know, I wanted to put that. Zakria Saab, Bakar Zakria, who had been involved with this as well, he at that time, we wanted to put it on the Hudiara or on the drains, but the irrigation department came, no, you cannot do that because the roots will penetrate down and it will obstruct So it was only the University of Lahore and their chairman, he had a lot of probably, clout in the government. So yes, he got it on there. You see, it started from there. You see, so this is most interesting. You see that no actual body. Actually, it had been the Department of Environment. Environment people are the ones who are responsible for all the pollution and everything. So it is a khichdi. Nobody. I think now Naqvi Sahib is here. He can also tell. And Tafe Alam, I was waiting for him. So all the old guards are here. So they can answer you very well. See, what is happening. This is not Pakistan.
We should not compare Lahore to Karachi. Karachi is a nuisance, no? But Lahore is very beautiful now. When I came from the Allamabad airport, and it was very beautiful now. So when I compare this situation to that situation,
we want to safeguard that. You see, it will destroy everything. You see, honestly, on the face of it, you have all the gardens. The other day I read it in the paper. There this teakwood tree. They've spent, I think, I don't know how much in showing out that we are going to have teakwood tree. These are microalgae being grown. You see. So I was thinking that they can plant at least 10 trees out of that. You see, So it's more like a gimmicks. You see, rather than actually finding the solution. You see, we have. Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't. Ali is here.
So Ali, and then two ladies at the back have questions. So we'll take all three questions in one go.
I think we should take few questions and then we have to move for tea. You see, we all
So
have
three
to be waiting for
questions,
that.
then answers, and then we move for tea.
Thank you.
First of all, excited that you have taken up this pattern again
And yes,
tried to revive the effort. Just a comment and maybe a suggestion that I think number one, we cannot pretend that what we're dealing with is something normal and we have to improve this. I think we have to accept that the problem that we are facing is clearly because of very serious illegal action. And obviously in that our government departments are at fault, Environment Protection Department. If a factory pollutes beyond the Punjab environmental quality standard, it's clearly a legal violation. I worked a lot on research projects, and the reasons why those illegal acts are allowed is a very complicated discussion. But I think, and we cannot solve those, but I think it is very important to not pretend that everything is fine. Obviously, it's a sad situation that on the one hand, we see the excellent work of government people like Dr. Afzal. They're also part of the government. EPD is also part of the government. So it is a bit sad to see how one government department undermines all the good effort of another government entity. Now that is the gloomy part. But I think the positive part is that we cannot wait. Our children are growing up. We live in the city. So I think, I would like to propose that it should be a kind of taking our own fate into our own hands as citizens of Lahore, using whatever power and influence we have. As you mentioned, if the University of Lahore has a cloud, the good thing is that they use the cloud to do something very valuable.
Valuable, that's right.
We have many people with a lot of cloud, even in this thing. Yourself, Nipji, WWF, Kafe Alam, etc., etc. The challenge, I think, for us is to find a pathway that we can sort of concentrate our cloud to, take some steps and keep banging at the door of the relevant government authority that is failing to do its duty. So that's like the general comment I'd like to make. And, comparing from, because I was involved more than 10 years ago, from where we are now, I think the solutions are much clearer, a lot of practical demonstration. So the chances of some incremental improvement, I think, is extremely high. So this energy will not be wasted if it is channeled. Thank you.
For 9 years or 19 years. Yes, okay. And then use a mic here.
Research. Now, I would say that the state you allow me, I would rephrase this and I would say Pakistan is the most poorly water developed country. That I think is a better phrase than saying this is negative, which is not it. Call your attention to the fact that rains are natural, cities which are situated on the banks of the river, they have their natural rains, and then there are artificial rains which are constructed for other purposes like water pumping and for others. I am looking at the Charan rain, which falls ultimately into the Hudiara. Now this rain was first constructed for irrigation purposes, for water, and to use this whole area was in agriculture. Lahore is an agricultural city, has now converted to very thick urbanized South England. Most of its trades have really gone into the various societies, and these have turned into trade. They have become this one. Was
Okay, I have a question for you.
Please answer.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I have few questions and few suggestions as well. First of all, I am really glad to see that how people are working to resolve, the pollution problems in and cleaning the water bodies. So I have question from for Dr. Afzal that with the increase in risk of urban flooding, are there some steps which are being monitored? How do you control constructed or floating wetlands under flood conditions? And then I have suggestions as well. This commission is working on cleaning water bodies. It is an excellent task, but at the same time, there should be some work for the development of flood resilient vegetation along river Ravi, because last time there was flood in many societies, and at the same time the idea of rain gardens should be implemented for the society's infrastructure, and only experts should be allowed to work on that. It should not be like that any landscape designer is working and designing the infrastructure or green infrastructure. So the people sitting there, they should help for the development of rain gardens in societies and development of models for flood resilience. Thank you so much.
Madam, we very much aware about the flooding. We use large number of anchors and also use the very strong shell wire, and also make the foundation, complete foundation on the embankments of the drain, and fix with these floating bed with the help of anchors as well as shell wire. And I hope that there will be no disturbance in the flooding season. And even if it is a first pilot project, if there will be some happen, we will manage it. And it is a first experience. And if there is some problem or bed is disturbed, we can repair it and then we can re-fix it. And we can try it again, treat this drain wastewater.
I would request the XDG A and B to answer that second part of question, the rain resilient crops. I think she was, because right now we have developed some crops in near Gilgit, yeah, okay. Because Atomic Energy has 4 institutes working on together in. Okay, so we have developed some crop which sustain the minus 20 degrees C, and now they are giving the fruits. So the wheat crop is there in near Gilgit. So our XDG is there, and we can talk about that. Your question also.
बंद हो गया दोबारा, अब ठीक है, ठीक हो.
Yes, Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, as respected Dr. Rupi has told, we are 4 institutes, NIA, NIAB, NIPG, and NIFA. And in all institutes, we are directly working to address the problems of climate change and the screening of plants, not for, for food. For food, we are also working for feed and other plants which can be best suited for to treat in FTW technology. So there are many species which has already been screened to clean the water polluted with heavy metals, and even with some dirties which are, directly changing or affecting the antimicrobial resistance. So Dr. Afzal has well aware of, he has just screened 1 or 2 species with the consortium of some microorganism. But yes, we have some other plants, and that can be used for this purpose. And winter wheat, that is actually another story. We know we have a very glacier and with minus temperature. We have started this work in northern areas of Pakistan, where we are growing wheats in extremely low temperature. and the preliminary results are very encouraging. So we will be moving to transform our agriculture to mountains, to hilly areas, to deserts, and to some extent very high drought and heat prone areas. So the work is ongoing. And now I am going to tell you that we have started new projects with the help of FAO and IAA. And we are working on speed breeding programs. That is very actually just to reduce the time span of the breeding cycles. And then we have designed some of the experiments and some of the initial screenings on climate change resistant response. And we are also working on Atoms for Food program, that is HEAT program, supported by FAO and IAA. And in that program, we have crop improvement programs, and then animal health and production programs, food safety, and vaccination program is a huge program. You know, NIPG is very well aware of FMD, HS, and other vaccines. So we have all these things. Thank you very much.
So if you allow, I just wanted to respond ma'am's question on sustainability point. Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm Sohail Naqvi from WWF, and it's an honor again to see the room is again re-energized, because that is something we started back in 2012, sir. So just ma'am, quickly to respond to the sustainability point of view, because we are unfortunately considering the wastewater as a liability, but the modern world is saying it's a black gold. And this is something which is happening at the global level. I'll be quoting some examples in my session as well. Just quickly, the sustainability, and that's the dilemma, or in our culture, a man who is, quite progressive, when he or she is moving away, all the technology science is going with that. Many examples here in Pakistan. But to make it more sustainable, any good effort, there should be tagged some business case, cost benefit analysis, involve private sector. This is my personal observation. Many people might be disagreeing with me, but I have several examples, global world as well as in Pakistan. So taking wastewater treatment system as a public-private partnership would be one of the solutions. It is not the solution, but one of the solutions that could be taken forward, because it's not the liability only for the government, private sector, housing societies. It should come up with an integrated approach. And that is something which I have learned from the past 15 to 18 years in that.
Panelists,
distinguished you in this group many years on just this subject of the Hudiara and the days of Lahore, revitalization of the Nadi, and generally the environment in Lahore. It's just a incredible pleasure because thank you, Dr. Sal, for convening all of us on this important subject. But it's a panel discussion. Perhaps some of our panelists are dispersed. I hope you don't mind the informality. Invite because just earlier, Dr. Zakir Syal from
common community issues of the environment.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum all. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Qasr Abdullah Malik and for inviting me here. And it's a privilege for me to be here at FC College. Actually, we have been reading and listening about this prestigious institute for a long time, and I finally got a chance to be here and sitting in this prestigious discussion forum. Actually, as far as we are concerned in Atomic Energy Commission, as a member science, we are taking care of so many fields. There are 4 institutes which are working on agri and bio, and 21 cancer hospitals. And these cancer hospitals are taking care of around 80% load of Pakistan cancer patients. Every year we have 1.1 million patients being treated at 21 hospitals. Then there are 3 research reactors which are preparing radioisotope for these cancer hospitals and for agri and bio research, of course, and the collaboration with CERN and collaboration with IAEA. So there are so many fields which, as a member science, we have to take care of. Because we know that whenever we are presented with a problem, we want to take the solution in the simplest possible way. So what I see and what I correlate with my cancer centers, this is a cancerous situation. So we have to deal it like this. It's not a normal disease. It's a cancerous situation. We have to deal with either it can be treated. Of course, it can be treated. My suggestion is that we should not make it the solution more complex. Whatever is available, what I have myself, because it's only been 8 to 8 months that I have taken charge of this post. So what I have seen, the performance of my 4 institutes, that they are doing some marvelous work, and I have myself seen the results. So there's no doubt in my mind that this is a solution. Of course, my respected colleague Aziz Saab, he has mentioned many problems which we would face in this process. Of course, there will be a process of the flow of the drain and the tree logs and everything thrown into that garbage. But I have a suggestion that for this, as you know, that in the Atomic Energy Commission, we don't have a setup here dedicated for this purpose. We only have 2 cancer hospitals in Mole and Sinam, and we have a classified center, Atomic Energy Mineral Center. So we don't have a center for this specific purpose. What I would suggest that we need cooperation from Government Punjab. We only need 1.5 billion rupees, a very meager amount. It's a peanut for the government of Punjab, and just we need some sanitation workers for their help. Without them, we cannot have this maintenance problem resolved. We need some good persons. We would train them, and of course, I would depute the persons from all of my 4 centers, whether it's from Sindh, it's from NIFA, because we want this technology to be applied to the whole Pakistan, not only here. Of course, the main problem that is much more worse in Karachi. So we will be doing with the help of NIA, and of course, Dr. Nibji and Dr. Abdul, they will be leading the course. So in my opinion, that I have seen the studies of Dr. Safiullah earlier, and he told me about the diseases that are prevailing in the situation. I would recommend, and I would task my team that they should do the studies about the cancers which are being progressive in this area, the area near this drain. Because whenever atomic energy actually builds a nuclear reactor, actually there's a cry in the media that the cancer is now prevailing the situation and you should do some studies. I think so that's a much more, it's a worse situation. So I would task my team again to take up the cancer case studies in these areas. What type of cancers are, because arsenic, it causes cancer actually. So we will take the samples, and of course the areas which have been treated by wetland in this drain, the Hudiara drain, we will again take the samples after 6 months, or maybe we can, if we get the money, we have the people, we have 30 or 40 people to execute this project. And if we get the people for maintenance only, that should not be a cost on Atomic Energy Commission, because we don't have that privilege here. So that will be the easiest way to proceed further. Thank you. Of course, one more thing, a donor conference. Maybe I would suggest a donor conference only for collecting 1.5, WWF, of course, and industry, which is the most responsible. Actually, they are responsible for this problem, and government of Punjab. I think the three authorities, they can arrange 1.5 billion in a very short time.
Thank you, Dr. Uh, as far as Wasa Lahore is concerned, the major challenges, what we consider is the separation of the sewage from the drains, and then the wastewater treatment plant. This is one of the major challenge. Uh, there are other challenges, no doubt, related to water supply. But as far as this part is concerned, we have major drains which were actually meant for the stormwater drainage. But over the year, with the passage of time, due to the absence of the trunk sewer, we have converted those uh, stormwater channel into the sewage drains. Uh, I think it's a big nuisance that open channel sewage is going through the city and creating not only environmental issue but health issues as well. Then at the disposal point, these drains or these all disposal points are going untreated into the river Ravi. It's a major challenge. It's not only threatening river ecology but also the groundwater, which is the only source of water for Lahore. Uh, it's not that we are not doing anything with to deal with these challenges. Uh, Vasa Lahore has planned over the years in different master planning and studies these wastewater treatment plants, the large scale wastewater treatment plants. Uh, and we are working on two of them right now. But the major issue in the past came to about the financing of these plants, because recently we prepared a proposal for separation of sewage from all these drains and development of wastewater treatment plant, and estimated its cost around 950 billion rupees if we go right now. But obviously it need to be done in phases. It have to be start from somewhere. Cannot say that we need all that money at the once and keep start doing all those projects at once. So good news is that the biggest drain, the separation of sewage from that drain, the project has started. That will be done through micro tunneling. That central drain of Lahore, which goes through the Gulbarg and Shadman, you all know about that drain, and Zafar Ali Road. And so the tender is already been called and it's being evaluated. So it's going to be implemented this year. So we started with the separation of sewage from the drain. As far as wastewater treatment plant, the major wastewater treatment plant which are in the advanced stage is Babu Sabu wastewater treatment plant, which is going to be approved, already been approved, but just some amendment. So we are going to acquire the land in this financial year for all those. So there is a block allocation made by the government. So all the southern plant we are going to get the land. So because getting the land is the first part, because urban sprawl, in future we may not have that land. As far as the treatment processes and technologies are concerned, as other distinguished members already suggested, that there is not a one solution. As far as Hudiara drain is concerned, we have done a detailed study of that Hudiara drain. Its pollution start coming first of all from the Indian side, and then there are other inlet points, different inlet points. So a major one is the, as Sir Zahid explained, is Charar drain, and then Satu Katla, and then there are industry all along with that drain. So there could be different solution along the way as well, like having bioremediation or floating wetlands, and because these are constructed wetland, because they are have no operational maintenance costs, and then having a wastewater. But the most important point is to address this industrial effluent as well, because these industrial effluent is more toxic in nature, and so there are a lot of industries on the banks or on the sides of these drains and causing a lot of pollution. So industrial treatment need to be there, and then some it's bioremediation could be one of the solution, because that sustainability is very important. These large scale wastewater treatment plant, if we leave all to them. And other important, last important point I would like to highlight is the housing schemes. There is no wastewater treatment plant on these housing scheme. Like all DHA wastewater goes into Charar drain without any treatment. So we expect all the solution, end of the pipe solution. We have to do a decentralized approach and have to have a less load on the end pipes, rather than we need to have a wastewater treatment plants for the industries as well as the housing schemes. There are a lot of housing scheme on the southern side, and we have estimated during that study that pollution load of more than 50% or 60% is from industry and private housing scheme in this area, rather than these Wasa coverage areas, because all the private societies are on Satu Katla and Hudiara. So we need to have those treatment plant in societies, private housing scheme. And one thing we have, one last thing I would like to highlight, that in regulation, we have made the recently regulation. It's being approved by the authority that it would be mandatory for the all the housing scheme to have a wastewater treatment plant for future. Otherwise, their design or approvals will not be granted by the regulators. Thank you.
Bioremediation would be an excellent choice. At the same time, it's a natural system, so all the vagaries of a natural system you are exposed to. So be it drought, floods, your bioremediation system is exposed to those. So you have to allow for that type of events in your system that would make it robust enough to cater for a set of circumstances that, given a normal wastewater treatment plant, is probably not as wouldn't apply. Having said that, there is obviously they do suffer from heavy rainfall events as well, and heavy flow will come through the system. They have to absorb that. So there's a lot of scope there, I think, to implement it. One thing that is on my mind quite regularly, looking at the urbanization of Lahore, and it hasn't really been mentioned in the sense that the water, good quality water availability. We all know that the water table is subsiding at a rapid rate, but there is very little meaningful contribution or efforts made to see that arrested in terms of recharge wells, or they're various distributed across the city. Good initiatives have been taken, but if you look at the scale of that issue of a population that will need to find clean water, we can easily, let's say, easily survive with dirty air. But if you haven't got water, you won't be generating any water from anywhere. That's just finished bus. So the opportunities that I see exist with bioremediation or constructed wetlands is this opportunity to integrate recharge points along the way. No, not just all the way at the end of the drain close to the river. Put that along the way where distributed across the length of the drain. If we focus on the Hudiara drain, there are these opportunities for meaningful recharge to occur, or recharge of clean water or cleaner water, and that will pay off on the longer term. So I think there are lots of opportunities there that would where you can, let's say, kill two birds with the one stone. Recharge as well as cleaning up your wastewater. So in terms of new technologies, there are certainly new developments in wastewater treatment technologies. I'm not too familiar with new technologies in the area of constructed wetlands. They're fairly well established and constructed. It's one thing. I think a good wastewater and constructed wetland is a wetland that you don't see, in the sense that it integrates into the landscape. You don't smell it. You see water there, but you think it's just a natural part of the landscape. By the time you start to smell it and you start to think, no, that doesn't look particularly good, I think you've lost the battle already. I think it certainly can be done. There are plenty of countries and other locations where they have successfully implemented it.
I will. I assume this part is. I'm declaring this part of the symposium's Chatham House rules. So everything stays in the room. We have panelists with such long experience dealing with administrative and political matters, including Bodla Saab, who's not a panelist, who can guide us as to what the political forces we need to harness to move this forward are. Zahid Saab, I'll ask you to be as diplomatic as you can be with your experience. And perhaps Bodla Saab, aap bhi hame thoda sa ishara dein.
Was authored by Irrigation Department. Ali Mustafa was the secretary those days, and so it was the initiative. And those days, the judiciary was also very keen to get water acts approved and passed in all four provinces. Two provinces did that, but Punjab was the first. I'm not sure how much is different from the Ireland Irish Act. Still, this act was connected. There was some reservation with the municipal water providers for this act those days, because it was authored by Irrigation Department, so it was centric towards the department, and they had a big commission proposed act to never took a start. That commission was headed by the Chief Minister of the province. The commission was authorized to allow section of groundwater any place, like if you want to construct a well for municipal purpose or for industrial purpose or commercial purpose, you need to go to that commission. That commission was headed by the Chief Minister. That was something which was quite impracticable to go to Chief Minister for every aspect. So there needed to be some amendments or some improvements in the act so that we can get some decentralized kind of approach. And then this Punjab 2025 Act, Punjab Wasa Act, was enacted. This act says that all municipal abstractions will be governed by this act, the new one. And then P-Wasa was created, Punjab Water Sanitation Authority, not agency. And then 41 cities have now water and sanitation. For each 41 cities, the abstraction will be governed by new act. How effective they are seen. As I already mentioned, that Water Act, the Local Government Act also empowers local government department to control abstraction. So there are so many books of the wave. Have to be survival of 50%.
Bodla Saab, aap hame thodi si advice dein ji. How do we navigate?
I think Ms. Amy Wahid has pointed out a very a question which is of profound importance. This is very crucial to be addressed. This Water Act, in fact, like Zahid Aziz Saab also hinted to, this has linkages, very broad-based linkages. And this has linkages not only to integrated water resources management, IWRM kind of framework, which calls for water uses and water management for all uses of water, not only agriculture, but municipal, industrial, domestic, and environmental as well. This has linkage to all those uses. Then there is a concept of licensing for this for developing a market for treated water in all kind of all facets. There was a plan to develop or to ensure institutions like Water Resources Council and Water Resources Regulatory Authority, Water Resources Commission and Water Resources Regulatory Authority. So that has come to a kind of impasse that is now in a deadlock, because those two major institutions which were to be developed through this act are not there. So by virtue of that, as a natural, you can say, uh, um, outfall of that kind of situation, these two institutions are not there, and so all that water governance, water management, water utilization, which is actually meant not only for agriculture but for other uses, this is not there. Then this issue of disposal of untreated water into rivers, with these kind of environmental issues, these are integral to national adaptation plan also. So the goals of national adaptation plans are also actually missed out because of non or dysfunctional kind of thing on Water Act and its manifestations. So this is a grave situation really, and this has to be resolved by irrigation department because there were some litigation against development of these institutions. So that has to be resolved.
When the new legislation is so ambitious, a department as strong and entrenched as the irrigation department finds it difficult to reform. And some of the language used in this Water Act of 2019, you could tell it was brought in from another country. Someone mentioned Ireland. तो उसमें जो अल्फाज थे वो भी वहां से उठा के लेकर आए थे. I'd once taken this law to court. The Water Act conceives of a commission and an authority which will grant licenses for drinking water and sanitation to entities known as undertakers. मैंने हाई कोर्ट में एक केस किया हुआ था तो जज साहब ने कहा ये क्या है अंडरटेकर क्या होता है मैंने नहीं कानून बनाया. So when you're too bold, sometimes it is difficult. Which brings us to the end of our time. I want to thank our panelists for pointing out that cleaning wastewater can't be done by a single entity. It will have to be done by multiple working in cooperation here in Lahore, between irrigation, environment, even PHA that has possession of some of the green areas on the banks of some of the drains would have to cooperate. Industries would have to cooperate. You'd have to see a lot of work being done together, especially with civil society pushing as well. There will have to be a coordinated mechanism, as Zaid Saab was saying, start from the top, get to the bottom. No point cleaning the Hudiara when everything above the city, above Hudiara is making it dirty again. And it will take time and it will take money. But again, I remain optimistic because several speakers at the tea earlier said paise hain. And I think there's a certain amount of emotion felt by all of us about which direction would be heading. And I think this symposium can add some momentum to work that so many of us have been doing for so long, and hopefully it can reach fruition. So I'll call this part of the panel discussion closed. Thank you all very much for your attention, and please join me in thanking our panelists for their discussion. Thank you.
So, hello, good afternoon, everyone. Half of the room is empty, but still there are people who are interested to learn more. So, thank you very much for staying with us. So, there is some change in the second panel. So, we have learned a lot about wastewater issues and, about the drains and about River Ravi as well. And in next part, we are moving towards the second part of the panel, which is about the water, drinking water, or the water that we need for our routine life. And as we know that Lahore is the second largest city or second mega city of Pakistan with over 13 million population. And we all are dependent, all activities are dependent on the groundwater. And that means there is abstraction of the groundwater more than the recharge which is happening over there. And with that, there are other issues like untreated wastewater, which was covered in the first half, industrial discharge, and then on top of all these is the rapid urbanization and the population growth. And there should be, and these are the problems which are not only, compromising on the quantity, but as well as on the quality of the issue as well. With this, I would like to invite my panelists. The legal part would be represented by Raffaello. All of you know him very well. And at least I know him when I was like student back in very long time ago, 2005. So when he was young and energetic, and I know him as a not only environmental, lawyer, but also as an environment activist. So whenever there is any problem related to the environment, you always, listen his voice. It's always there. So thank you, Rafi, for coming. And do we have Fakir Raza from PCRWR? I think it's not there now. Okay, so then we have our second panelist, Suhail Ali Naqvi. Suhail, thank you very much. Always you are there whenever there is something related to water, and thank you for coming. The third part, I would like to invite Bodha Saab. I think he also left. Okay. We can carry on with these people. And if anybody wants to be part of the discussion, you are always, welcome. Okay, so let's start first with Rafi. Rafi, as we have seen that the judiciary system in Pakistan has been very active when it comes to the environmental issues. And perhaps whenever we talk about the legal system, one of the very famous case which is there is the Katas Raj case. And that was the case when Supreme Court took over on the cement industry for overusing, the groundwater in the Chakwal area. With that, after that case, we have seen the real accountability in ground, which happened exactly. So what do you think, Rafi? There is one commission, which is the Judicial Water and Environment Commission. How do you foresee the role of this commission? And what do you think how this commission can influence the water governance in cities like Lahore?
Thank you, Dr. Saiba. The question of the efficacy of judicial commissions in resolving environmental issues is something I don't think that we can have a definitive view on right now. But there are two or three reasons for this. The first is that whilst I agree and I acknowledge and I salute the Pakistani superior judiciary for having identified environmental principles first, protected them and defended them. The right to a clean and healthy environment was declared in the Shehla Zia case in 1994. It was the same year, the same judge, Justice Salim Akhtar, in a case regarding coal mining in Kyora, said that clean drinking water is the fundamental right of every citizen as well. That was back in 1994 as well. You have the Katas Raj case you mentioned against the cement plants in the Kalar Kahar area. You have the Jail Road Signal Free case that talks about sustainable development. You have the Orange Line case that talks about the need to preserve heritage as part of your right to life. All fantastic decisions. In the Shehla Zia case, where we got a proposition regarding the right to clean and healthy environment, it was against the construction of a grid station in E7 Islamabad. Declaration कानून की बन गई, बहुत अच्छा कि आपके आईनी जो हक हैं वो ये है, मगर वो ग्रिड स्टेशन बना था. लाहौर के सिग्नल फ्री के खिलाफ केस लाहौर हाई कोर्ट में जीत गए थे. प्रिंसिपल्स आ गए कि जी ये सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट बड़ी अच्छी है, लोकल गवर्नमेंट की डेवलपमेंट होनी चाहिए, प्रोविंशियल गवर्नमेंट शुड बी सेटिंग डेवलपमेंट पॉलिसीज फॉर सिटीज. बहुत अच्छी बातें हुई, सिग्नल फ्री बन गया. ऑरेंज लाइन पे 1.5 साल ये क्या कहते हैं सिविल सोसाइटी ने ऑब्जेक्शंस की कि ये एक्विजिशन ठीक नहीं है, ये हेरिटेज के खिलाफ है. लाहौर हाई कोर्ट ने बड़ा अच्छा फैसला दिया, ऑरेंज लाइन बन गई. Now, in this backdrop, when the judiciary is giving you big statements on environmental law on the one hand, but the very projects that you're going to object against are being constructed, there is a dichotomy of sorts. अब इस डाइकोटमी के अंदर आप कमीशंस मुकर्रर करते हैं एंड दे हैव बीन कमीशंस दैट गो बैक टू शैलाज एज अ मैटर ऑफ फैक्ट जस्टिस सलीम अख्तर उस वक्त उन्होंने कमीशन मुकर्रर की थी टू लुक एट द एनवायरनमेंट एंड टेक्निकल इमिशंस कमिंग आउट ऑफ अ ग्रिड स्टेशन जो क्योड़ा में सॉल्ट माइंस थी वहां भी एक कमीशन मुकर्रर हुई थी टू लुक एट द टेक्निकल इश्यूज ऑफ माइनिंग एंड हाउ इट्स इम्पैक्टिंग द ग्राउंड वाटर. There's commissions I've been part of in KPK looking at air pollution caused by stone crushing, and commissions I've been part of looking at Katas Raj in 2016. The Supreme Court made me the local commission to look at how water was being polluted. These commissions can perform in different ways. We have seen commissions be very ineffective, and we've seen them been very effective. In 2016, when somebody filed a writ petition in the High Court के पंजाब के अंदर climate policy होनी चाहिए, लाहौर High Court के फैसले के नतीजे में एक P&D के अंदर काम भी हुआ था. An entire policy was almost formulated as a consequence of Dr. Pervez Hassan's commission. उन्होंने तो क्या कहते हैं from the PC1s of that year even identified hundreds of projects that could be classified as sustainable and within the framework of implementing better climate policy. That was effective. A few years ago, I was part of a commission looking at, as I said, stone crushing in KPK, and we made some recommendations that have reformed the industry. Especially the big players will have to operate differently, and that takes a certain amount of technical skill and convening power. That, for example, I have seen in the hands of Dr. Saab here, Dr. Kausar, or Dr. Pervez Hassan, jinki sarbarahi mein commissions jo mukarrar hui, the recommendations carry weight and there's been momentum. But when you don't have that convening power or that cross section of expertise in your commission, the commissions don't work. ठीक है जी, अब आप 2019 में Judicial Water and Environment Commission बनी है. It's been nearly a decade it's been functioning. We don't see any results. So within this sort of dichotomy of having the court saying good things about the environment, but then projects still undertaking, we also see two different types of commissions, and must be careful in not hoping that judiciaries are there to clean air and water. ये अदालतों का काम नहीं है. अदालतों का काम है जुडिशियल फैसले देना. And somewhere in our politics we've decided that लाहौर हाई कोर्ट के जज जो है वो हवा को साफ कर देंगे या लाहौर हाई कोर्ट का जज पानी साफ कर देगा. He can be part of the solution, but he is not going to be the solution. And that is my, I suppose, qualified comment on commissions.
Thank you, Rafi. Thank you so much. But at least they cannot clean, but at least they can highlight. So here I see, the difference which comes from there. Thank you. Both Lasa, because the panelist which I was supposed to question is not there. And I think the next right person is you to answer this one. Being a citizen of Lahore, for example, I think everyone who is sitting in this room, we want to know how much usable water is there in Lahore, how much water is left, when are we going to face the water scarcity, maybe 10, 15, 20 years? And if that's the case, what are the real plans in the government side just to prevent that?
Lahore is confronting a very critical situation in terms of water table depletion. This is second most depleting city in the country. This has a water table depletion of the rate of around 1 meter per year. And by token of that, this has the water table has fallen tremendously to a level that pumpage has already become uneconomical. But as water table drops, say by 1 meter, there is not a linear relationship. This is a kind of exponential rise in the costs of pumping of water which the city is facing. The total, in fact, the volumes cannot be, I think, I don't have those figures, but I know that Lahore needed some 300 cusics for intake of fresh water, for augmentation of, you can say, water supply which WASA is managing in the city. So 300 cusics was requisitioned from irrigation department, and around 100 cusic intake was designed, and this is underway. This is still not completed, but eventually there would be some 300 cusics from BRBD link canal to Lahore city for augmenting water in the city. The problems associated with depletion of water table are not only that there is you can say a hindrance or dearth in water supply, but this also leads to saline water intrusion and then to waterborne diseases caused by these elements which are in water. Water quality deteriorates very rapidly. So the problems associated with this water table depletion in the city is very, very grave, and then combined with these torrential rainfalls, this becomes a kind of another problem of urban flooding, because within the aquifer, then there are aquitards and aquifluents which retard percolation of water into the basin. So the problems are getting complex really in Lahore, like many other cities. And I was also, in fact, I wanted to hint to another issue, that this trans-province disposal of safe evacuation of, you can say, drainage water is not there in the country, because the National Drainage Plan, which started in 97, 98, that had a plan to link these evaporation ponds in Rahim Yar Khan to RBOD link and RBOD canal in Sindh. And that connection is not there. So the whole, the land as a whole is subjected to horrendous problems, costs, and that has been pointed out in National Adaptation Plan as well as in National Drainage Plan. There was and there is an urgent need of having that kind of master drainage plan as well.
Okay, thank you so much. So that means the government is very well aware of this issue, but then, yeah. So might be working together, because being a citizen, we know that there is depletion. We know that population is increasing. We know that due to the urbanization and rapid expansion of the societies, the recharge is also, we are losing those recharge zones as well. And then on all of these, top of all these, the water quality issue is also, and that's getting worse day by day. That's the biggest challenge. So thank you, sir. Now I will move to Sohail Ali Naqvi. Sohail, as we see River Ravi as having, it has reduced from a majestic, river, and we have been, listening about the stories about River Ravi. People used to go there for fishing, but now it has reduced to just an open waste drain. So what do you think? Is it too late to save the River Ravi? If I recall from 2012, the River Ravi revitalization plan, and now we are sitting in 2026. Do you think, is it too late, or still we can do something?
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Shazia. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I think many experts already discussed the issues of the water scarcity as well as the water quality here. And just specifically, if we talk about, is it too late, being an optimist and being a scientific background, I would say it's not too late. It's never late. If we see the scenario of the water resources of Pakistan, I again believe Pakistan is one of the richest countries in terms of the water budget. The main question is the utilization of the water, the management, governance, policies, because there is a terminology which is used. Pakistan is a graveyard of the policies, unfortunately. But whenever there is an implementation, it's a question mark. I just quoted a couple of days back an example at the other forum. Saudi Arabia, again, I'll just quote, and the Middle East also. Saudi Arabia is the one of the developed nations, oil-rich country, but how much water they do have? 18 billion cubic meter on annual basis, 1/8. How much Pakistan has? 180 billion cubic meter. It's huge, 10 times more than Saudi Arabia. We have our water table, like the aquifers. We have been pumping in 1993 as per National Conservation Strategy 45 million acre feet, but now it's 55 million acre feet plus. In Lahore, we have a big chunk of the water underground. But the only challenge is the how we are managing that. If with that speed, how we are deteriorating, how we are abstracting, then that is a point of concern. Because it's just like a small city was designed for Lahore, and now 10 times more population, 10 times more, the resources are utilized. And you can imagine how speedy we will be, deteriorating the resources. On the other side, the climate shock is a reality now. It was, we used to discuss it, it's still in the textbook, and many developed nations didn't believe that, but now everybody is admitting climate change is there, because climate change, weather pattern, they are directly hitting. An example is in Lahore, the average rainfall is 720 millimeter. I'm sorry, I'm quoting examples of the numbers because I'm an engineer by profession, so that's why I like to play with the figures, just like Rafi plays with all the laws and legal clauses. So in Lahore, we are experiencing 110 millimeter in January season. This is an alarming situation. And do we have enough resources to absorb that? That was the concept of our depression grounds or the Dungi grounds concept. Now we are devastating that. Unfortunately, carpeted roads are there, infrastructure is there. But are we moving towards the sustainability mode or towards the disaster mode? This is the point right now. Like, I remember last year, Dr. Rabia and other organized a seminar here on the Indus Water Treaty, transboundary issues. And I was also having different point of views on that. कि जी, India अगर आज पानी बंद करता है, 10 साल के लिए पाकिस्तान के पास पानी है. Like, we do have resources. Agar if we manage that sustainably, because we do have, as I mentioned, like the water towers. Now the problem for the Ravi, we conducted a study. It's right now the older one. We are trying to coming up with a new version of that. 80% of the Lahore recharge was fed by the Ravi again, although the water is stopped by India now due to the geopolitical tensions. But unfortunately, now all those drains which were discussed earlier, they are also feeding into our aquifer. Like, our shallow water is contaminated. This is unfortunate because jitni bhi contamination hai, subah baat hui, carcinogenic. The cancer is at the alarming stage. I'm not just saying this because there are some stats or different scientists are alarming on that. We really need to act very reactive mode right now, I would say, instead of having some strategy 5 years plan or so. We need to come up with our reactive approach. कि जी ये problem आ चुकी है, how to resolve that. Although these are just only the baby steps. The good thing is many government departments are working, many other institutions are working, but in silos. Again, that's also an older conversation which I'm going, let's coordinate. But it's really a time कि अगर if any institution has designed some wastewater treatment plant, because in 1992, Babu Sabu is allocated 7,300 canals, and when the River Ravi Commission was established, and still, unfortunately, it was in 2012, and now we are sitting in 2026. And our colleague Zishan, he's a good friend. He mentioned, okay, again, there is some treatment system in the pipeline. 14 years, like, mujhe ye ho gaye sunte hue, and at that time, WWF as an organization and other institutions decided, let's start work on ground. Or हमने फिर we started work from the villages. ये काम तो करें ना, bioremediation है क्या? Because that was a challenge. I remember the higher officials in the government were there. Me, Rafi, and some of our commission members were there in the PND in front of Chairman PND, and there were some arguments on that, and there was an agreement point. But again, unfortunately, due to the change in the situation, we couldn't mature that treatment system, but we started work on that. And Dr. Afzal mentioned, I think at least hundreds of the wetlands are now existing in different areas. So coming back to your point, like the solution is there. We just need the commitment government is doing there just to analyze and align our approaches. Hudiara is an example. It's not the solution because I know many experts have said there is no hydraulic retention time. But as Zaid Saab mentioned, our intent is to reduce up to 30% the COD or other. Let's do something. Let's test run. Abhi 19% pe chale gaye, then we can integrate with the other technologies, treat that water and use that. The other important thing is that would be my last point. We should come up towards the recycling of our wastewater. Dr. Bodla very well mentioned about the trans-boundary, our within the provinces, the wastewater is going into that way. Let's recycle that in Punjab, Sindh, KPK, Balochistan, not for drinking purpose, but for other purposes, like for horticulture, gardening, irrigation purpose. That's doable. It's not. It doesn't require a lot of resources or the rocket science. That is doable. So I'll just stop here, but
yeah, thank you. I have more questions for you later on. But then, you mentioned a very good point that aligning activities that everyone is doing in this room in one direction. And I think that's the only solution that we can, solve this issue. And then I picked one point from your discussion, that is the contamination of groundwater. And I would like to move forward that point to PCRWR. Fakir is with us, the regional director from PCRWR. So, Fakir, what is PCRWR's assessment? How much contamination from these drains, private drains, which were discussed in the morning, is actually happening in the shallow aquifers? Are there any, documented figures? And are the people or the residents of Lahore, are they aware that they are drinking, the compromised water?
Thank you, Fazia. It's a wonderful session. I have learned a lot from other colleagues since morning. And I think it's kind of first ever that we are looking all stakeholders discussing drains particularly. So I think it's because I'm posted in Lahore for the last 5 years, and it's first time that I have seen such kind of session. So it's a very encouraging, and I see that there are hopes, and we will be moving some things. I mean, little is better than nothing. Coming to your question regarding the pollutants and contaminants in the drains, we had conducted a study a few years back on cross-boundary rivers and drains. And what we have seen that the situation as the Hudiara enters into Pakistan, the BOD and COD, they always remain on an average more than our NEQs. So NEQs say that our BOD should be 80 milligram per liter and COD 150. But on an average, all for whole of the year, it remains against 80, it's 250, and against 150, it's more than 450. So you can say roughly 3 times as compared to the permissible limit all through the year. Although there is some reduction in winter season because of less activity but in general, on an average, it's like that. And not only BOD and COD, what we have seen, because in this study we included soil samples, water samples, human blood samples, animal blood samples, and then uptake by different plants as well. So what we have seen that even heavy metals are present in the soil and have been uptaken by the roots from these command areas where not exactly command areas, but close to the drain. So and another thing what we have seen that from 1 kilometer to 10 kilometers, we have taken groundwater samples as well. And we have seen the similar pattern in that. Heavy metals coming from out from these industrial effluents, they are also polluting our soils, our environment, and the groundwater aquifer as well. Regarding your question that either we are drinking unfit water in that area, that is a different matter because nobody exactly is consuming groundwater close to a drain. Everybody is looking for either social welfare, filtration plants, Saaf Pani Authority filtration plants, or Wasa filter. So they collect drinking water from there. So that is different story, but it cannot rule out that groundwater aquifer is not being contaminated by these effluents. So they are there, and what can be done, in my view, that at least the effluents coming out of this industry, there are a lot of industry which is putting their wastewater in directly without any kind of treatment. I think the organization, the departments who are responsible and mandated to enforce the environmental quality standards, and then the department who is custodian of the drain, they need to collaborate with each other. So one for enforcing the standards, and the second to make it sure that their drain is not being polluted by any such kind of wastewater which has which is exceeding the environmental quality standards. That is, I think, practical and maybe ignored for a long time, but I think the time is now to act.
Dr. Sir, do we know now what is the level of these contaminants at entry point at the boundary?
Sir, actually, when we ask this question, perhaps we have back in mind that most of the pollutants are coming from other side of the border. Yes, exactly. So the BOD, COD right at entry of the drain is somehow similar to that as well. So you can say that on BOD and COD, 3 times at entry at draining into river as well.
I think you presented a very alarming situation here. Okay, so you covered up this that drinking water they are getting from some other sources, but then indirectly then they are being exposed to through soil. If it's in soil, of course, it's there in the food crops as well. So another question: in all this procedure, anybody from the public health was involved, or any plan to involve those people?
Actually, during the time of conducting of this study, we were doing it independently, like other so many departments. I know that WWF has worked on this, and some other departments has already, like NIPG and other departments have taken it very seriously and deeply. They have studied. But now, as the study has been completed, the report is publicly available on our website as well. And there was a stakeholder meeting where not particularly the drain, but the transmitted rivers were also discussed. So that is available. The report is on our website, so anybody can access it and see that how they can play within their departmental role or within their mandate.
Okay, thank you so much. So we actually invited the public health department as well, but unfortunately they are not here. Okay, so now moving on to Rafi again. Rafi, when we look at Pakistan's judicial system, of course, I think it's a wonderful system, and we are blessed to have people there who are at least environment literate people, and they really know what they are talking about. And a few names I would like to mention: Justice Mansoor Ali Shah, Justice Jawad Hassan, Justice Shahid Kareem, Justice Aisha Malak, Akbar Ali, Qureshi, and there would be more. Maybe I forgot few, and including you, that you always talk about the environmental issues as well. So I think because of these people, they have used the bench as a general instrument for the environmental protection and to raise the awareness as well. and their judgments have shaped how nowadays we think about the air, about the water, about the rivers, about the forest in the country. So my question is, what do you think? What is the current level of literacy or expertise in the next generation of judiciary? Or is there any gap on the environmental knowledge? So if there is any gap, so who's responsible to fill in that?
Thank you for that question. There is, as I've said, and has been, the Pakistani judiciary has been very robust in recognizing new rights, especially environmental rights, sustainability, and then protecting them in its decisions. But it's not like this is a majority of our judiciary. Justice Salim Akhtar, in his Shaila Zia and Kyora drinking water judgment of 1994, was supported by commissions chaired by Dr. Pervez Hassan. Dr. Pervez Hassan was one of the founders of LUMS, and Sayyid Mansoor Shah Sahab, before he was a judge, was a associate professor at the LUMS Business School and also was helpful in setting up the LUMS Law School. Subsequently joined the judiciary. Jawad Hassan Sahab is Dr. Pervez Hassan's nephew. It's a small group of people. I worked with Dr. Pervez Hassan. Sayyid Mansoor Shah Sahab is my mentor. So you can't say that 4 or 5 people who are intricately close to one another is a revolution in the judiciary. Yeah, and while I recognize and salute their judgments, they have given us so much to talk about. Their judgments on climate change, on water, on road transportation, on public safety, so many things that have been covered in these decisions. But it's not enough. Now, when I started focusing on environmental law nearly 20 years ago, and I would tell people this, there weren't any other people in the environment sphere, environmental law chhode, environment कानून को पूरे 10 साल नहीं हुए थे. There weren't even any universities that were offering a bachelor's in environmental sciences at the time. वो नई चीजें शुरू हुई. So between then and now, my optimism increases because now we have not just a generation of graduates, but a generation of people with 5, 10, 15 years of experience in environmental management in Pakistan. So the capacity of the people here is improved. So you don't need public interest litigation as much as you did 15 years ago जब यहाँ लोग नहीं थे. अब आपके पास लोग हैं who can technically appreciate a problem and provide technical solutions for it. So we don't have to rely as much on these sort of generalist judges. That said, yes, it really is. Environmental rights are protected by people. They can be protected by courts, but any large-scale change that you see, Ryan ki baat ho rahi thi earlier, if you look at the River Thames, if you look at air pollution in America or in Paris over the last 40, 50 years, road safety in Scandinavian countries, the adoption of cycling and pedestrianization since World War II, all of these things weren't done by courts. They were done through politics, through elections. When people wanted something, they got it. When the people of Stockholm wanted to stop their children dying of road accidents, they elected a mayor who brought in pedestrian friendly. When the people of London or the people of England who had gone and fought in World War II came back and started dying of air pollution, they threw out the conservative government of Winston Churchill and installed a Labour government to improve their condition. All of these changes that you see, the large-scale, long-term environmental improvements that you see, are backed by a civil society that has a clear concept of a environmentally friendly future that is more sustainable than the 5-year election cycle. So I'll again say, ये अदालतों का काम नहीं है. And I remain an optimist because यहाँ कॉम change हो गई है पिछले 15-20 साल में. We have so many more professionals and experts in the area that can actually provide us solutions. So let's not go knocking on doors that won't necessarily respond to us. Let's tap into the deep pool of expertise that we have and call for a civil society reform. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafi. So Sohail, I'm coming to you now. There is Pakistan's flagship project about the Recharge Pakistan, which has gained, international recognition as well for its carbon market revenue, which is being generated. So could you briefly explain us what is Recharge Pakistan and how those kinds of projects could be beneficial for urban areas?
Dr. Shazia. Recharge Pakistan is one of the the flagship project not only for WWF or Government of Pakistan, because Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination and Ministry of Water Resources, they are the line ministries who are going to implement along with WWF. Actually, the overall concept was again the climate change, like if Pakistan is hit by different floods, and the background was 2010 flood. It took more than 5 to 6 years to make that project, to conceive the idea, having consultation with the stakeholders, and then took that project on ground. Actually, whenever we see the water resource management at the larger scale, we used to say it's a macro shed water management, like at the larger scale. And in the urban communities, we need to come up with a micro shed water management approach. At the macro shed water management approach means when the flash flooding is there, hill torrents are there, how that water can be stored, water can be conserved and used. There was an approach only where everybody was talking about the gray infrastructure, but the modern world has now said it's not the only solution. We need to come up with an integrated approach, green infrastructure solution, because the dams or the other many these kinds of the civil structures require a lot of resources, a lot of loan money, and then we have to shift into that way. So that was an approach where the nature-based solution or the green infrastructure was to be introduced. And the background was whenever there is surplus water during the flooding season, how that water can be diverted or connected with the different floodplains, wetlands, and natural pathways. So that was the overall at the macro shed level. It's a $72.6 million grant money. It's not the loan money. That's a blessing, I would say, for us, because it's a GCF, Green Climate Fund, they used to fund, but there is also a co-financing from the government side. So WWF took that lead, because unfortunately when we were processing that procedure, 2022 flood was there. So after having conversation through our network offices, we achieved the co-financing as well by ourselves and some of the other our stakeholders, and then took that on ground. Okay, this is again a nature-based solution concept. And if we talk about the micro shed water management, for example, a city like Lahore and other cities, the urbanized communities like Islamabad or Rawalpindi, we can have some pilot scale models like the PCRWR model. One is the recharge well. It is the aquifer recharge, managed aquifer recharge, MAR. This is the new terminology everybody's talking about. The artificial recharge, because the natural pathway is provided after a certain filtration system, that rainwater is supporting the groundwater aquifer, and that is replenishing the groundwater. That is one thing. The other is the wastewater treatment. The wetland is an example. Similarly, the gray water, the other terminology or the category of the water, which is not black water, but that water can also be treated by certain treatment and can be reused. An example is the ablution water reuse. हमारा जो वुजू का पानी है, that water can be used for horticulture purposes. And this is something where we also had a discussion under the Judicial Water Commission and at other forums with the PHA. Like they can fetch that water, and then that water can be used through the hydrants and through their bowsers to the gardening purposes. So these are some of the examples from the macro shed to the micro shed, how we can move on. There are many others. Like I like the ideas which was presented about the rain gardens concept and many other. This is something in which we are looking forward, and we are trying to collaborate with the Punjab government to pilot some of those initiatives in Lahore and then replicate in other parts of the country.
Thank you so much, Sohail. And with that, we all know about groundwater recharge wells and your water stewardship work. So what do you think? So far, how far these groundwater recharge wells basically help to replenish the groundwater, especially in Lahore?
Yes, thank you. This is a very important question. Actually, again, the idea was, you mentioned about the stewardship. that was something which we tried to promote, because on one side, as I mentioned earlier, it's not only the government's responsibility. So what our approach was to take on board the other stakeholders, the private sectors, like the big businesses, as a starting work with them, and then moving towards the followers and the lower tier businesses as well. The idea was, on one side, our environmental laws exist there, and on the other side, these big corporations, they really want to do through their CSR. So why don't they do something which is aligned with the problem of that specific city? So that was the idea under the water stewardship, in which we started work with different corporates and drag them towards here. Like, this is the solution. You should move into that way instead of moving some other way. So there are many examples, and I think that is something where we managed to install different recharge well in Lahore, not only in Lahore city but the other parts, and along with the government approach as well. Like, I think a couple of years back, if you read the newspaper, the Vasas also changed their strategy. So there is also a very good work which they have done. Like, water supply was provided on the 50%, because although it's a free commodity, but sometimes we need to realize it's a precious resource. We are sitting here in Lahore, we don't realize what is happening in Thar or in Cholistan, the water situation. I can just quote an example. I'm sorry, I'm taking more time on that. I happened to be in Cholistan desert a couple of months back. It was the winter season, and there was a flock of the different animals. They were just passing. It was 22 or 26 kilometers away from the main side. One of my friend was there. They had the Toba. Toba is an area where the rainwater comes in there, and it was dry at that time. But they wanted to dug the water from the ground, from the aquifer, which was quite deeper, and mobility was another challenge. And I was surprised to see there was also another terminology. They name it kund. It's a well covered from upside. They call it kund. The animals and the men were drinking water from the same spot. So that was quite alarming for us. So
Exactly, you highlighted it. And yesterday there was in the news, it was about the current scarcity issue in Cholistan as well, where people now they have to lock their wells. That underground system now they have to lock. It's not even covered. It's just some the wooden material, and then they have to lock their wells, and they are taking the water from their for their animals and for people from the same well. So the situation of water is, and we are blessed, I think, sitting in a big city, and we are enjoying, this free resource which is available to us. So thank you so much. And now there is one common question we are moving towards the conclusion. So if I ask you guys that if you could name one single action, we have discussed so many actions this morning, and we all know that we cannot do each and every, action together in one go. So if I asked you to pick one single action that if it's implemented in Lahore in next, say, 2 to 5 years, and that can really make a big difference in terms of water safety and security. That means water quality and quantity. It can cover both. So what would you
Can I
think?
make a suggestion?
Yes.
We have a representative from NASPAC, Mr. Abrar Ahmad. We would like to hear his views.
Yes,
because he's an important stakeholder.
Thank you. I think at the end of this seminar or symposium, there should be a recommendation from your side to start up a project for the government, to set up a PC1, to set up consultants, maybe set up a PMU at the government level to allocate funds, a few billion. A few billion is nothing for the government to start this project in Lahore. And NASPAC could be involved. We would be more than happy to give input. We have a lot of data also with us over the last few years. And we would be happy to, interact or, give data to anybody where required. And of course, we'll act as consultants, or it could be a group of consultants who could join us also. And with the government, it could be a good initiative. The things that we can do is to help this drainage issues in all these drains, to see the pollutants, to set up measures, and to have a construction plan where these measures would be implemented at the site. Also, not just a design or a recommendation book which would lie in the government offices for the next 5 years. So concurrently, we would have a design and its implementation going on at the same time.
Sir, I think that is a very good recommendation because NASPARC is, we can really help in the designing part, technical part.
Yes.
And we just need to secure the funds. And I'm sure every department has some sort of funds. It's just a matter of reallocating those funds for this, particular
Exactly.
issue.
So we could involve the environmental department, the planning department,
Yeah.
so the CM office, things like that.
Yeah. So two stakeholders, which I think are missing and which should be at least a part of this discussion. We invited those as well. Like EPA is missing, EPD is missing, LDA is missing. So whatever we are talking about in this room, I hope so it would reach to them as well. For EPA, for the wastewater, especially LDA for both wastewater and the drinking water. And in the morning session, sponge city concept was also there, and that could also be replicated in Lahore. And in China, they have around 26 cities they converted into sponge city concept. So it's just exactly. So small ideas can be replicated. And WWF, for example, is involved in the rainwater harvesting and recharge wells. So that is also part of the sponge city. Its idea is same exactly. So might be these things can be integrated together. And I hope today's conversation is it's not just the end of discussion on water security, water governance, and wastewater management, but it's I think a start of the discussion and the collaboration. And please, this is not the end. If you want to say anything, the floor is open. So please.
Okay. Especially the Hudiara drain, which has a lot of industrial waste, all the heavy metals, chromium and nickel and, mercury and all that. So where do these drains actually go? We should have a concept of that. These drains go into the river Ravi. So taking the worst scenario of winters, when the fresh water in river Ravi is, too less, say 500 cusecs or maybe 1,000 cusecs, which comes from the upstream side. So it mixes with that water. So that water, that Ravi water is absolutely polluted. Where does this water then go? It goes towards Balogi Headworks, which is about, let's say, 50 or 60 kilometers from here. At Balogi Headworks, the water is diverted into two canals. One is the Lower Bari Doab Canal and the other one is the Balogi Suleiman Kilim. The Lower Bari Doab Canal goes towards Okada and Saiwal, all those areas for irrigation purposes. So just imagine the heavy metals are going there. And from Suleimanki Headworks, there are again two canals, the Fordwa Canal and Eastern Satkia. And the Eastern Satkia goes right into the Cholistan Desert, as my friend was saying. So the heavy metals are there. So people there drink that water. The animals drink that water. Their plants, the crops, corn and the wheat and rice, they get the bioamplification, it comes into the fruit. And what does that then happen? The animals come back to Lahore. The fruit, mangoes come back to Lahore. The wheat come back to Lahore. But there was a Murphy law, whatever goes up will, come down. It comes back to Lahore with those heavy metals. And we eat that.
Sir, that's really true. And this is
Yes.
Yeah. So this is what we say. What we give to the environment, what we comes back.
Antibiotics, I think it's not very bad for the crops.
Yes, sir,
But
I want to say something.
regarding the groundwater of Lahore, the groundwater of Lahore in 1947 was at the depth of about 20 feet. There were open wells. People used to draw water and drink. It kept on going down because of the unusual pumpage of water, and there's a depression. The depression has gone down to about 200 feet, but the water is there, but the issue is of the quality. So whenever there's a depression, water from the other sides, it keeps flowing inside. So water will be there till the end, but the quality will be the problem. And we are now drawing water from 500 feet and above. For the clean water, Vasa is drawing water from 500 feet, and at 1,000 feet, if we keep on going down, at 1,000 feet is the base rock, the crust of the earth. Over that base rock is the sediment on which we actually live. So water will be there forever, because water also keeps on flowing. It flows on the surface in the river Ravi. It also seeps or flows underground in the strata, in the sandy strata. So the water will be there. The issue will be quality. So just a few words.
Yes, sir.
I am Dr. Basir, Director NIPG. From today's discussion, I think we have many presentations and very thought-provoking discussions. I have few suggestions that I think we have to switch towards the developed world model. That is, that you have to keep your kitchen and washroom water separate from the other waters. So that water will straight in sealed pipes will go to the treatment plant. Keep the water drains totally separate. That water is not contaminated. That water allowed to go to the river, but restrict the industries to their water and keep the overall discharge at a low level. Because we are wasting too much water. We have free access to water, can pump any water from the soil without any restriction. This doesn't happen anywhere in the world. So I think we have to enforce the law enforcement agencies to stop these people to getting that water and wasting that water. And also the other point that we have to start campaign and awareness that people should water. The conservation strategies and also water management, not for the domestic but also for other purposes as well. I think we have to, this is a time, wasted a lot of time, 10 years. I think the thing, even in the urban development planning, body is still restricting even the best, the DHA and other developers, that they should keep the water separate. They must have the separate channels for this water. So I think we can start it just, we can resolve the problem. And plus some R&D activities, we have to strengthen that one, that we have to find some R&D and develop methods to clean that water, and we have to treat that water. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Just to add that talk about this one, we had once quantified, and in general, we are generating more than 5 million acre feet of water. So just to understand that how much, I mean, everybody in this room is an advocate of saving even a single drop of water. So it's 5 million acre feet water resource. If we talk about reuse, and the 5 million acre foot, just to understand that it's almost equivalent to Tarbela Dam's water. So it's a big volume and can be a big resource if we think it's
Okay. If I may come in over here from the perspective of governance and policy, and Rafe, I'd like to draw you in because you were defending judiciary from the perspective that they are not responsible for that. In part, the problems start at the policy level, and the solutions also lie in the policy level. So the policies are paramount over here when we're talking of, because then comes your governance and all aspects related to procedures and implementations. National Environment Policy 2005, for instance, does not lay national environmental quality standards. So when there are no national environment quality standards, how would you expect the policy to demand some actions? Secondly, the national environment quality standards are laid not as the part of the policy, but they are enunciated as SROs, mostly the 4 or 5 NEQS that we have. They have been expressed as SROs, which keeps on amending starting from 1993 till onwards. So they keep changing according to the environment. But in between, you have the 18th Amendment, which has devolved the environmental quality standards to set up the standards to the provincial governments, and each provincial government can have its own standards. There is no policy which states that how the national government or the federal government has to work on it and develop national quality standard, environmental quality standards, which are uniform for all provinces, so the provinces can implement those. So Punjab can do one thing, Sindh will be doing other thing, and that is why there's so much discord between the provinces, and you don't have a environment standard. So there is a certain regulatory responsibility which the federal government has. While devolving the responsibilities, it has also devolved its own regulatory responsibilities to the provinces. It has absolved itself of the responsibilities. So resultantly, there is nobody who's regulating environmental standards or the national environmental policy implementation part of it, and the provinces are doing their own. So Punjab government has come up with their own with their own policy, PPA, which is there, and you have certain standards laid down over here, but then again, they are not coordinated with the other provinces. Like it was pointed out that the water which goes from Punjab and flows down to Sindh, and from the KP to Sindh or Punjab, there is no regulatory authority which would gauge the flow of water from the environment, from the environmental perspective. Somebody said that we need to move on to and understand what are the global best practices which are in the Western world. Take EU, for instance. EU has an index for all the rivers and streams which flow in European Union area, and they every year grade the water for the quality. And there is an index which gives out which is the best, which is the second. But more than that, for the environmental quality standards, they have the metrics laid down how to evaluate the quality of the water from the public use point of view, starting from swimming to drinking to every other aspects that we can bring in. So from the policy point of view, my submission would be here to also would like to include this aspect that what mess has occurred because of the 18th Amendment, what regulatory responsibilities which federal government still holds but has absolved itself, and what expertise that federal government has not been transferred to the provinces so as to be able to set up standards and then regulate them. So the provinces will, or the federal government will continue to do what they are doing. Maybe here is the responsibility of judiciary to indicate these things to the federal government to take an affirmative action on the policy perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And you mentioned a very good point here that the federal government should, pass on the expertise as well. And here, for example, in federal government, I'm talking about Islamabad now, functional wastewater treatment plants are there. There is wastewater treatment plant within the different sectors, I8. And then there is another one, which Bahria town. So they are treating their water. There is no, exception for them. So these are the real examples. So what's the problem, bringing these solutions for Punjab or Lahore or other cities? So it's not something, rocket science. It's wastewater treatment plants, very old technology. Uh, we have discussed since morning about the wetlands or floating wetlands or constructed wetlands. Again, a very traditional technology. So it just requires, will and political will, the will from different departments and stakeholders who are already doing, different things at their end. And I think this is the time to combine all these ideas into one single action towards one single goal. Uh, Rafi, it's just, because you are more close towards the judiciary part as well. If anybody wants to share their thought about the recently Lahore's development plan of 2050, if you know how much they have put the effort or the focus in terms of water security, water safety, climate resilience, in terms of rainwater.
I have to disclose I have a conflict of interest. I'm the legal advisor to the team that is doing the Lahore Master Plan 2050, and I think and I hope they do a good job.
Okay, that's
We have a seminar which is planned on Lahore Development Authority coming up, so we'll be discussing this.
Thank you so much, Miss Aisha. Yes.
How much can
Can
you want to say something?
Yes, sir.
Please, quick.
Okay.
We have to have.
I have a suggestion for Sohail Naqvi Sahab. You are working on development of rain gardens. It is an excellent initiative. But where do you want to implement those gardens? Because I think there is a need of very close collaboration with housing societies. So everyone takes advantage of these gardens, and with the reference to ground water recharge issues, I would suggest that some kind of plantation can be recommended in Lahore, in different societies, which can recharge ground water table, and also people who are working with bioremediation or phytoremediation. They should be involved with development of Lahore infrastructure, because they know very well which species are helpful for reducing pollutants, for reducing noise pollution, for carbon capture. They can keep the temperature significantly low. So these societies which are being developed in Lahore, they should work with people who know about the concerned or the relevant vegetation which can be helpful in cleaning the environment. So this is my suggestion.
Thank you so much. So with this, we are officially conclude the seminar. So I would like to ask Dr. Kausar and Dr. Jonathan to say a few words, and please conclude.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining us, for sparing your time, and for all these things. I just want to mention one thing, that we have to concentrate on the wastewater treatment, you see. I mean, all other area, we can't do everything, you see. I mean, when they have been talking about all the, Suthra Punjab and all the things, other things, you see, but we have to concentrate, because that is the major factor of pollution. That is the major. You see, I have been in the beginning, starting, I said that nowhere in Pakistan there is a waste treatment plant, you see. So you just imagine all the garbage, all our pollution going where? It is going to some water body or somewhere, you see, in the environment, you see. So if we can, concentrate or join hands with all the technologies, and I have a belief there are technologies that we can, till the drain goes to the waste treatment plant, if ever we build with the help of NASPAC, You see, I mean, it should have minimum pollution, you see, at that level, you see, because we have to manage some fundamental factors are these heavy metals, the most important carcinogens, you see. Those are the heavy metals. They do not go through the BOD and COD. So you can have an excellent BOD, COD, but still heavy metals are there. You see, so there you have to adopt some technology, some adsorption technology, some other technologies to eliminate those heavy metals. You see, so these are the we have to seek guidance and from all the technologists. You see, all the people who are technically. I've been approaching the UET, University of Engineering and Technology, you see, because they also have some public health, public, departments and all that. So there can be developed some technologies to do that, you see. So we would like to have a consortium of individuals who are interested in these areas and to help them to facilitate them to do something about all this, and it can be done. That's my belief. But still, let's see how it happens. And I want to thank all of you for taking your very precious time. It's very difficult for all of you to come, on a peak day, leave your office and come here and listen to our point of view. And so I hope that we can meet again and we can develop some, as Ali mentioned it in the morning also, that we should have a revive the Ravi Pollution Control Commission. You see, I think that may not be possible through any judicial order, but we can have our own order. You see, that we should revive that activity and see how we can help you. See. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Would you like to say something to conclude the session?
I'll just be very brief. I do appreciate, thank you, Dr. Noel, and I appreciate the policy dimension of this, which I think is very important. I will say, I was just commenting earlier that to me, the quality of the symposium has been unusually high. And I say that because it's experts that have been here and it's sort of fact-based kinds of thing. The presentations have been excellent. I don't want to say this too loudly, but sometimes you go to events and it's almost like the partially blind leading the partially blind because you don't have that technical expertise. But I think that this has been marked by a high degree of technical expertise. And I also give a shout out to Dr. Qasem Abdul Malik. I will say when he speaks, I listen. And I think a lot of us do as well, because he does come with that wealth of experience of so many things. Shazi, thank you also for leading us through this. Thank you for everybody that's here. I do want to give a quick shout out because we do have a couple of things on campus. I don't know if it came out or not, but we do have the, the sort of experimental WWF recharge well, which I think addresses some of these things. And looking at Dr. Bakr, and I guess Dr. Shinho is not here, but the whole department has been involved in this sort of pilot water treatment plant, which is very much connected, also has a counterpart plant in Kasur, which is dealing with the issue of trying to get innovative ways to remove mercury. And I think that's an important part of it. So, as rector, my job is certainly to give a shout out. But again, we appreciate that cooperation. That latter one was very much with the Korean ODA. The earlier one was WWF. And we cultivate and treasure these international connections, which bring international perspective to bear as well. Again, though, this has been a very high quality event. I mean, I guess it's 5 hours comes and goes, 4 hours comes and goes. But from my perspective, it's been a high quality event. And I hope some of this is preserved. I think oftentimes we preserve it with a CPT book or something like that, because I think that's the kind of thing that will spread this beyond the beyond this particular forum, is that you have the written word, and then you have every network represented here is going to multiply this by 50-fold at least because of people's own private networks. And I hope that some of the themes here, some of the findings here can be disseminated more broadly in that way as well. So again, thank you everybody for coming here. Thank you for the leadership here for making this possible. Thank you, Hudiara.
Now we have a lunch arranged for the participants and the guests. But before that, we would request everybody to gather around in front of the entrance stairs for a group picture.